You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, May 13th, 2022. I just realized I was messing with the audio a bit yesterday, so I hope the audio and video is okay. I picked up a lavalier microphone, which is a lapel mic. If you watched my video course, my 5-hour 18-part video course that I recorded that 5 people have watched on recording in a micro studio, setting up. I talk about cameras and microphones and lighting and everything, which no one cares about, no one has watched. Not that I'm bitter about it, but I demonstrated some different microphones and played some audio so you could listen to the different microphones, and decided that the lavalier microphones, the lapel mics, are just not of good enough quality to replace a nice shotgun mic, which is what I have that you can't see. You could actually see it if I go to the webcam, which I can't do. Anyway, but I thought there's some issues with me recording these videos where I'm talking down all the time. The audio gets kind of muffled. So I thought I would try a lapel mic again. I don't have it for this session, but probably by the next session, we'll give it a try. Okay, so welcome. We are playing today the 5th and final case from Bureau of Investigations into Arkham and Elsewhere. Case 5 is titled The Gunboat. You can see it's rated as a difficulty of 2 of 3. The last 2 cases we played were level 3 difficulty. The first 2 are level 1, so now we're back in the middle here. And the last case we played was our favorite one so far, case 4. And case 3 and case 4 were completely different than the first 2 cases. And what you're going to see in case 5 is it's completely different again. And that's a pattern that you've seen Gregory Pravat, the author of these games, his trying something new with each case, basically. I see in the chat we've got a bunch of different people here talking about timelines. All right, so I think we're going to jump into this very quickly, but is there anything else we need to talk about before we start? This is the last case in the box. This will be full of spoilers. This is not the first place to start watching this series. If you're interested in playing this game, you can download a free print and play demo case, a shorter, smaller case. Play that on your own, see if you like this game. If you do, you can go buy it and play it yourself. There's a live stream playthrough on YouTube of us playing the demo case. That would be the good place to start, and then watch case 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. These live stream playthroughs of the cases have been recorded publicly and then taken offline afterwards, after some discussion with Gregory Pravat, the author, who doesn't want these spoiler-filled videos to be up right away before people get a chance to play the game themselves. So I think, so this case will be online while we record it and then offline, but I think maybe case 1 will go up publicly in the next day or two, and then the next cases in the subsequent weeks. But what I was going to say is that after we play this case, case 5, the final case, I'm going to try to record a spoiler-free review of the box. And I'll probably try to get that done in the next couple days, and it'll be up next week. So if you're curious about whether you should play this game, whether this game might be for you, you can look for my spoiler-free review. What else do we need to talk about? Anything else in the chat? We've got to decide what games to play after this one. We were talking about maybe going back to the second half of the Baker Street Irregulars box. Maybe playing Razorhurst, which is this game right behind me here. A print and play giant big case that a handful of people in the world have played. That's on Board Game Geek. If you want to help us decide what board games to play next, there's a forum guild section for this channel on Board Game Geek. You can find a link to it on the YouTube community tab for the channel. Stop by, let us know what games you'd be interested in seeing played or reviewed. And there's even a Discord server for this channel if you want to just chat in your spare time. There's not much activity on it, but if you've got Discord already, you can join. Okay, anything else? This one, the Gunboat, I did want to talk about two of some of my favorite movies that are set in a scary boat. One of them is Apocalypse Now, and another one is Aguirre, The Wrath of God, which we've talked about on the channel before. I may not be pronouncing that right. Aguirre, The Wrath of God. Anyway, by Werner Herzog in the 70s. Both movies in the 70s, I think. Amazing, scary movies. Not scary. Well, Apocalypse Now a little bit, but a sense of dread. Has anyone in the chat seen either or both of those movies? Or has any other movies to recommend before we start? Triangle. Is Triangle the time travel-y type movie? I believe Triangle is the sort of time travel element horror movie, and if so, I'm a fan of it. Yes, Dan says yes. And Drunk Tiger says Micro Macro on advanced difficulty. So Micro Macro you can see a review of on this channel. It's a fantastic game. I would recommend it to a broad audience. You're sort of looking in this Where's Waldo giant poster of things, trying to understand it. Advanced mode, if people don't know, people know micro macro. You're trying to solve mysteries by finding pictures. Watch our review. Greg and I do a review of it. In the game, normally you've got a stack of cards that you go through that give you hints about what the next step to look for is. So like each case will have 6 or 7 cards. You turn over a card and it says something like, you know, you're looking for the guy, he's met his girlfriend, and then you search around for that. So advanced mode is you don't play with the cards. So you just look on that. You start at the starting point of the scene of the crime, and then you trace backwards, and you've got no hints about what you're looking for. I've not played it in advanced mode. There you go. Jonathan Warner says he's seen Apocalypse Now, the director's cut. Dan C says it's great, but not an accurate representation of Vietnam. Yes, I'll bet that's true. I don't know what the most accurate... I don't know what the Vietnam vets consider the most accurate view of the Vietnam War was. Of course, everyone has different opinions. All right. Let's start and read the introduction here and see how different this is. You wake up soaked, no date, nothing. You wake up soaked, your body bloated and swollen by the edge of a waterway at L19 on the map. Large raindrops crash softly on the beach, each of them contributing in their own small way to the increasing flow of the stream. Yet their pitter-patter fails to drown out the waterfall upstream, R7. To the west, you see a small dock, K17, as well as huts at K16, from which smoke is billowing. In the distance, you see a threatening peak that looms over the surrounding jungle, rising as if to pierce the cloudy sky, C6. You know that you must act quickly, even though the nature and scope of what you are here to accomplish remains a mystery to you. Is it already too late? Searching your pockets, you find an old Smith & Wesson. You open the cylinder, and there's only one bullet left. A pencil and a simple but soggy map, which is here. Here are the instructions. Each entry you read counts as one lead. You can visit any location on the map, even if not mentioned in the text, without necessarily exploring each of the spaces between your current space and the one you wish to visit. Important, the R leads work differently. You'll have to discover them before you can read them. Also, make sure to write down the R leads that are available to you. You don't know how many leads are available to you. So we have a time limit, but we don't know what that time limit is. Take the jungle map. Okay, so a completely different mechanic than our previous cases. You can see the tabs at the bottom go from A to R. We're told that R is special. You can't just go to R. You have to be told about it. And we're given this map. As you would expect, I've made copies of it that I can write on. There's nothing wrong with writing on your original copy and just keeping it. But if you want to pass it along, you might make copies so that you can write on. So that's what I've done here. So I've got some copies that we can write on if we need multiple copies. Okay, so here's what it says. You can see down here on the y-axis, it goes from A to P. So R is not on the grid. Those are special locations. A to P and 1 to 25. All right. And it gave us some interesting starting locations as it described it. It says, we woke up soaked, body bloated and swollen by the edge of the waterway at L19. So here's where we woke up. I guess I should put that properly in L19. Maybe yellow's not the best color. I could just draw on it, but maybe I think for these initial locations we'll put where we are. So you can see this game. This is completely different from the previous cases. All right, so we woke up at L19 on this river. Looks like here's the river we're on, right? To the west, we see a small dock at K17. Looks like there's a small dock there. As well as some huts at K16, which is right here. There's the huts. This is the dock. Maybe we don't need these stickers after all. Okay, there's the dock. Then it says, in the distance, you see a threatening peak that looms over the surrounding jungle as if to pierce the sky, C6. So here is the peak. Now, in this game, it seems to suggest we can just go. I don't know if it's like we can't go there. Like that would take us days to get there, right? But we can look in it, and I guess it's like looking at it, I guess, rather than travel. John says, maybe just use a sticker to keep track of us for role play purposes. I see. So where we are. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Like maybe a cube to keep track of where we are. Let's see. And while I'm up, let me get my glasses here. Okay, so I've got my glasses. I have a cube. We can keep track of our location, but I don't think in this game you tend not to be at a location, so you don't really move around. So I don't know if we're gonna need to keep track of where we are, but I kept track of where we start. Okay, there's the sky, C6. That's the peak, and those look like the 3 locations. We woke up at L19. Oh, waterfall upstream. I didn't write that one down. R7. Okay, R7 is not on our map. So R7 is one of those special places. R7 is the waterfall. K17, K16, C6. That's the peak. This is the huts, which sound dangerous. K17 is the small dock. All right, so we don't know how this game works. We don't know if we're actually traveling to places. It says you can visit any location without exploring each of the spaces between them. So you just pick a place and go to it. Or look at it. It's not quite clear. So we don't know why we're here. It's like we've woken up in this fugue state. We don't know. It's clear this guy doesn't even know what's going on. We searched our pockets. We found a gun with 1 bullet in it. And this map, which we're supposed to annotate as we go. And we don't even know why we're here or what's going on. Drunk Tiger says, we don't know the scale of the map. Maybe each square is 10 meters. Well, it's true, except look, here are huts. So there's 4 huts in this little region. So it can't be 10 meters. Otherwise, you'd have 4 huts in a 10 meter by 10 meter. Well, I guess it could be 10 meter. 10 meters, 30 feet. Okay. So maybe we can walk to that peak. All right. Well, we do have one special location, R7, the waterfall upstream. We don't know what we're supposed to do. We don't know anything. We normally take a break before we start, but we haven't started. We've just read the introduction. All right, so we're gonna do our normal thing, even though it's only been 17 minutes in. We're going to stop here take a 5-minute break. This is the time to exit the channel if you think you might want to play this yourself instead of watching it. I wonder if Gregory Pravat's going to come and join us like he has been doing. But I'll see you in 5 minutes when we will start this case properly. So 5 minutes. What happened? Okay, we're back. We are just starting case 5, the gunboat. There's some discussion in the chat about where to go. I think the logical thing is to look around where we woke up, and we woke up in L19, so that's where we're going to go first. To remind you, rather than, because there's a delay there's like a 10-second delay in YouTube, I don't want to spend too much time asking a question, waiting for a reply. Like, it's hard for us to have a back and forth chat, conversation in the chat. So you guys just shout out when you've got things you want me to do, and if I look up and see it, I'll probably take it into account. Otherwise, I'll just be playing the game. All right, so we're going to our first place, which I didn't even write down, which was L19 in my book here. Oh, let's go to this mode. Okay, so L19 is where we're going first. Let's see how that works in this game and what kinds of things we see when we go here. Oh, I forgot my... Boy, I am not on top of things today. Let me get my... I feel like today I'm sort of off my game here. All right, so L19. I got my things to block off here. That's what I've got. Okay. As you inspect the location where you regained consciousness a short while ago, you spot new footprints. A dozen barefoot men pass through here, and a knee imprint confirms that they inspected your footprints. You quickly return to the jungle, hoping you were not seen. Okay. So one thing that's not clear is whether we should be keeping track of our turns for time limit. But I'm just going to, we'll use a page for each clue we read so we can easily track what we did. So these were footprints looking for us, and we were hoping they didn't find us. Okay. Next up, let's see. I want to see what the special R locations are. So Pitter Patter fails to drown out the waterfall upstream. So I'm going to go to R and see what the R's look like. So R7 says, boy, there's got to be a better way, huh? I hear them screaming behind me. The arrows whistle by. Don't slip on the river's stones. A waterfall, the current, stronger. I dive. A bubbling, the arrows, spinning in slow motion, leave a trail of bubbles behind them. The current, the rocks, I fall, and then nothing. Sort of. Sounds like someone's shooting arrows at him in the water, but he's gone a little crazy. All right, so that was R7. I didn't really get much out of that. R7. These are just sort of like a dreamlike vision of the waterfall. Does make you think of Apocalypse Now with the arrows. All right, well, should we keep track on this map of the places we've been? Let's see, we went to there, and then we went to R7, which is the waterfall. Just put a little sticker there. All right, next up, where to next? Well, I mean, I'm curious what will happen if we choose to pick the peak. Like, is it going to travel us there or just look at it? Jonathan had an interesting thought. Is R for remembering? I think that's a very good guess. that R is for remembering. So we sort of asked to remember what the waterfall was like. That's that's a good guess. That's very clever. Okay, so maybe the R's are memories, in which case we should always use them. Jonathan says also Anna also came to that conclusion. So do we have another R? No, we don't. We either have to go to the dock or the huts. I guess we should go to the dock before we go into the huts. It's kind of weird to think you could jump ahead, but then there's the peak. I'm going to choose the peak first because I want to see if it travels us there or what. Although Gregory Pravat does not like when we go out of order to places. All right, let's go to the dock. The dock is K17. So we're going to go to the dock. You inspect the dock, which is made up of a few logs resting on a pair of stakes. Its poor condition, along with the canoes that have washed up to the silted beach, testify to its uselessness for the inhabitants of the nearby village, K16, which is already marked on their map, from which spreads a smell of firewood, R13. Okay, so we got a memory of burning firewood. Okay, let's keep track. We went to K17. This is the dock in memory of firewood. I guess we should just jump to and remember now. Let's remember what the firewood was like. The strange stone seems to have been standing for an eternity. I skimmed some of its edges that hop in the sun. It is the right place, right? Smell of firewood, R13, okay. I wish I had a better system here. The strange stone seems to have been standing for an eternity. I skim some of its edges that hop in the sun as if to confirm their unreal presence. I hide just in time. Their naked bodies are painted with some sort of white soil that depicts what is inside on the outside. And they sway, chanting between the fires that cast their terrifying shadows. Only one of them, with scarlet hands, draws ancient symbols on the stone to the nauseating chant's rhythm. I have to wait. Their village is so close, and I hear others coming and going around me. So another memory we had. This is a ritual memory. So someone had scarlet hands, like blood on their hands. All right. Boy, this is kind of messy. All right, we went to the dock. We had a memory. Now let's go to the huts, yeah? So K16, that's the only other place. Oh, no, and the peak. Okay, K16. Let's read what happens at the village huts. The village is deserted. The huts form a concentric circles around an open area in the center of which the embers of a main fire pit smoke. Some of the huts have been ripped open, others set on fire. Plumes of smoke rise here and there. Numerous tracks line the silt as evidence of a great commotion, R9. We can have a memory of that commotion. As your eyes focus on one of the huts, you begin to feel uneasy. It is adorned with bones and painted with strange reddish symbols. A pair of broken binoculars, R3, protrude from the smoldering remains of the last hut that has been ravaged by flames. But what truly strikes you is the silence that pervades here in the surrounding jungle. Okay, so let's write down. We went to K16, the huts. We had 2 memories. We have memory of the commotion, which is R9. And then we see some binoculars. One hut painted and it's empty. Looks like some huts got burned down. Doesn't seem like this is a game where we really have to be keeping careful notes, other than perhaps where we've been and stuff. All right, so let's indulge those memories. Let's get the binoculars first. Is that going to be like getting an item? Let's see. 3. A circle of light, soft and yellowish. Around it, everything is dark. Shapes appear. They become more defined. The jungle blurs. A clearing and, in the center, an upright stone. Covered in plants, blur, another stone, the roof of a shelter, and a plume of white smoke. The jungle rapidly scrolls through the circle of light. Another blur, an imposing stone construction stands in a clearing. Okay, so this is important. We're remembering what we saw, and this sounds like this could be a clue, or memory, or using it. We don't know. So R03 is binoculars. Okay, and this kind of sounds like this is important. So a circle of light, we saw the sun. Okay, then we see some shapes. We see a clearing. In the center is a stone covered in plants. Then another stone, the roof of a shelter, and a plume of white smoke. Jungle scrolls, then we're moving it, and we see another stone construction. So I'm just going to write down some system. This sounds like, okay, let's pause for a second and think about this mechanic of this game. The game tells us that we can visit any location on the map, even if not mentioned in the text. So this sounds like it could be the key mechanic for us to figure out that we may be able to look at this map, right? Normally you only go to places that we read about, but it feels like a key mechanic in this game is going to be like, if we saw this through the binoculars and we know that a little bit to the right is something, then we should be able to figure out that we should look there or go there. So I feel like a key mechanic here that we're going to have to wrap our heads around and be on the lookout for is clues about locations we want to check out that aren't explicitly mentioned. And that kind of sounded like one. It was looking at a place with stone covered in plants, and then he zoomed over and saw something else. So I'm going to put a note here that this might be some location clues about stones and plants. So I want us to be aware while we're playing of that kind of thing. Listen for clues that tell us where we might want to look. I wish I had better pages here. Okay, so that was R3, and then we had a memory of the commotion, which is R9. So let's take a look at that. What we're calling memory, but we're not 100% sure. But it does sound like it's memories. Oh boy. As I bury myself in the mud, the clubs smash the skulls, and the javelins pierce the flesh. The obese and grotesque monks who don't collapse under the blows are carried away through the air by the black shape before falling down like screaming puppets. Silence. Pulling on vines, pushing and clawing, the whole tribe unites to straighten the stone surrounded by plant-covered brick walls. I cry, "You are so close, my love." So yeah, I believe these are memories. Okay, another scene of pulling on vines, pushing and clawing the whole tribe to straighten the stone. Plant covered brick walls. Creepy. It's a creepy story here. Jonathan says, should we follow the river to look for the titular gunboat? I guess we don't have a boat, do we? But what are you're thinking we just go to all these locations on the river? That's an interesting idea. Like we could have gone, we woke up here and we went to this dock. I wonder if it makes sense to go to this intermediate place on the way to the dock to see if there's anything there. I think we should do that. This scene of the jungle reminds me of another movie that I really love and does not get the love it deserves, which is Apocalypto. Does everyone know what Apocalypto is? Tropic Thunder is mentioned by Drunk Tiger. Tropic Thunder is an amazing comedy with Ben Stiller. Jonathan says, is Apocalypto by the director of Drive? No, definitely not. Drive's an amazing movie. Apocalypto is directed by Mel Gibson and is not, there's no English in it at all. It's all subtitled and is set in the jungle, and it's in the time of the Incas and stuff. It's really Aztecs, and it's really quite an amazing movie. It's absolutely worth finding and watching. All right, so I'm still a little off balance by this game and the memories, and what I like that we have no idea what to do. Like we don't know what we're going for. But he's got some memory. I think one of the things we want to unfold is sort of like what was he doing before he woke up on this riverbank. I'm going to go to this location here on the way to the docks. I'm very curious about this location here. So we're just going to go to K18. This will be our first location that we're going to that's not mentioned in the text, but it seems like it's on the river on the way to the docks, and this might give us some feel for what it's like to go to a location not mentioned in the text. So K18. I wonder if there's some device, a device that would do what this does, you know, where you could, like a little square that had adjustable vertical and horizontal lines, Maybe 2 knobs, kind of like Etch-a-Sketch knobs or something. I guess you'd need 4 knobs. Or no, you could need 2 knobs. Just close in this way and close in this way, and you just move it. So here, how's that for a mechanical idea? Can someone whip that up? Turn the knobs to make this and this go in and out, and then you just position it on the page. The jungle gradually gives way to a sort of mangrove, while the river swells under the freezing rain that keeps falling. Occasionally, the tide will carry away a tree, having slowly eroded the mud that once held its roots. The wind brings the final touch of apocalyptic ambience to the location, pummeling through the treetops with such violence that the strongest ones can only break, yielding to its power. Okay, so just a little bit of flavor of the jungle. Nothing important, but we should record that we've been there. Doesn't look like there's any real time limit. I'm going to annotate when we go to a place that we haven't heard about by just writing, I guess off-grid is not the right term. What will we call this? We'll just call this blind when we go to a place that isn't mentioned. All right. Well, I guess it's time to look at the peak, right? Because we've got no other places that we're waiting for. There's no other places we heard about other than the peak. So let's take a look at the peak. Maybe through the binoculars, or maybe we're going right over to it. So C6 is the peak. Oh, this is a big one. I see. Something's changing here. The last few feet of the ascent in the rain are exhausting. Okay, so we're going there. On many occasions, you narrowly miss slipping on the dripping rock. Upon reaching the peak, you gaze upon the region and the meanders of the river. A colored spot catches your eye. 2 flags, English and American, hoisted on the mast of a gunboat heading upstream. Comforted by the thought of someone coming to fetch you, you estimate her speed and the distance between her and the village. She should arrive within 12 hours, meaning we've got 12 leads. If you kept count of the leads you read so far, start over. Of course, rereading this entry will not reset the counter to 0 for a second time. When you feel you are ready to take action, or all of your leads are exhausted, you can only choose one location. You take in the surroundings. To the south, we'll come back to this. You take in the surroundings. To the south, H6 and H7, the treetops reveal a long, straight gap. Further to the left, you see, hanging in the trees, a shape not unlike a large cigar, G9. But your attention is readily drawn to several plumes of smoke, one of which rises from a western-shaped building, L11, another from the village by the river, K16, which we went to already, and the last from the jungle, G19. Farther up the river, you notice a series of waterfalls, the first of which is east of the village, K22. Finally, at the foot of the mountains, you see a small clearing, R5, in which stands some sort of menhir, D11. Can someone look up menhir, M-E-N-H-I-R? I have no idea what that is. You catch a glimpse of shapes moving around, but the rain prevents you from getting a good look at them. Suddenly, the stone bursts into flames and a thick smoke spreads, obscuring the surroundings. As the rain intensifies, you decide to make the trek back down before the paths become impassable. All right, so this was obviously meant for us to go to not early. If we had gone to early, it's a little weird. Okay, this tells us we have 12 hours or 12 leads. All right, so this is the peak. Let's try to understand what this says. We go up top on the peak and we can see out now. We see a gunboat heading towards us. We see on the gunboat English and American flags. We think they're coming to get us, and we've got 12 hours before they arrive to get us. Okay, now it says if you kept count of the leads you read so far, start over. So in other words, they don't count against us. Everything we read so far is free. If we reread this entry, we're not going to reset the counter. Okay, that's fine. Now here's a little bit weird. When you feel you're ready to take action, or all of your leads are exhausted, you can only choose one location. How are you guys reading that? That's a little confusing to me. When you feel you're ready to take action, you can only choose one location. I don't know what that means. But then let's read of all these other places we see. So we see H06, H07. These are treetops with gaps. Okay, let's mark them on our map. So H6 and 7 tree gaps. Okay, we're up here, so we're seeing that. Okay, a large, long straight gap. Farther to the left, you see hanging in the trees a shape not unlike a large cigar. That's at G9. A large, long, oblong object. Okay. Okay. G09 is our cigar object. Your attention is readily drawn to several plumes of smoke, one of which rises from a western-shaped building at L11. Okay, so there's L11. We'll call that W building. Oops, I did it on 10. So this is the western building. L11, western building. Another from the village by the river, which we already went to. And the last from the jungle at G19. Okay, G19 is here. Smoke, jungle. Farther up the river, you notice a series of waterfalls, the first of which is east of the village at K22. K22. What do we see in K22? Waterfall. Okay. K22, waterfall. Finally, by the foot of the mountains, you see a small clearing, R5. Clearing. In which stands some sort of menhir, D11. So D11 is the menhir, whatever that means. Someone's going to look that up and tell me. Shapes moving around, rain prevents you. You make the trek back down. So we went back down from this peak, and now we're deciding. Okay, let's catch up in the chat. Let's see what the things. Maybe it means you have to pick a location as the final solution. We read the solution at the back of the book, so you can't stumble on it. The game can't assume we have binoculars right now, so how can we spot a cigar 4 squares away? It's cigar shaped but large. Yeah, I think that's how I read it. It's cigar shaped but large. And we don't know what we're looking for. A menhir, Anna says, is a big idol. Okay, so we learned something new about a big idol. When you feel you are ready to take action, you can only, okay, so, this is correct. This is about ending the game. When we're ready to end the game and take action to eliminate the threat or whatever, then we choose one location, not the normal 3. The normal rules of the game say you pick 3, but we're going to pick one location after we run out of leads. Okay, so good. So starting from now, we've got 12 leads to go to. And when we're ready to solve it, we're going to pick one location to go to solve it, to take action. All right, well, let's look at our map again. Let's see, we've got some new places to go to. We got a waterfall we saw, smoke in the jungle, the cigar object, the menhir statues. We already went to the peak. Tree gaps in trees. That's a western building with smoke. It's very weird rules. It sounds like if we had just randomly went around the river, we would never have run out of leads. If we never went to this peak, we'd never be told that we've got only 12 leads. So we should have just gone through every location on the river before we start counting leads against us. It's kind of a weird thing. But why would we do that without... We shouldn't be going to places without having some idea. If nothing else, I think we should be thinking about finding the stones where the ritual was. Anna says, no one else has a feeling we're in the prologue of the last case. It's certainly possible. It is certainly possible. I want to go to the statues, I think, the menhir location. What exactly does it say? A shape not unlike a small cigar hanging in the trees. That sounds like maybe a crashed balloon or something. Maybe that's got something for us in it. A small clearing in which stands some sort of menhir. Well, that's an R, though. The clearing is a memory in which stands some sort of menhir. I think role-playing it, thinking logically, we just came down from the peak. I think maybe we go to the menhir and then maybe we head to the cigar, which might be something stuck in a tree like a weather balloon. Is that what it is, a weather balloon? But maybe it's an item that's of use for us. So I'm going to go to D11. I'm not going to the memory of the D11, though. The clearing. It's kind of weird. Should we be going to every location that's an R? Like, should we always do our memories, because our memories are going to tell us what to do. Let's go to, I think maybe we gotta look at those R's as the memory that's going to tell us what we should be doing. And we have a memory of it. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm going to regret it, but I'm going to go to the memory of the small clearing, R5, and then to the D11. And then maybe if we go to R5, we'll skip going to D11 if we have some horrible memory of it. Okay, R5 says, I'm facing the towering upright stone, just like in my wildest dreams. It stands plainly in the center of this mountain clearing. Its ample mossy curves remind me of your hips. I know you're so close, my love. So close. I feel like he's being, he's had like a vision that's making him come to this jungle that's not healthy. That's not healthy. R5 is the mossy stone. Its ample mossy curves remind me of your hips. He's being drawn to some vision, some sexual vision of this island. Yeah. So now let's actually go to this place, D11. We had this memory of it. Now let's see what happens if we go there. Okay. The upright stone points towards, this is the mossy tone at D11, and then we actually went to D11. That's 2 of our 12 leads used up. The upright black stone points towards the village and the dock. What surprises you more than the stone itself, or the old, seemingly human bones at its base, is its overall appearance. Indeed, numerous strangely shaped cavities have been carved into it. Peculiar depressions that even the primordial currents of the deepest abyss could not have molded. Soon after, as you stop in the clearing, on ground made of volcanic stone, you begin to hear the monolith's threnody. You stay a while listening to the strange chant, which is R08, staring at the soot-covered megalith before realizing that the wind fell silent. So we found a monolith, and we have a memory of a chant. Is that what? We stay a while listening to the strange chant. And there were cavities in this. So Jonathan says, I'm for G19 since it's a clearing deep in the jungle with smoke, and that seems to relate to one of our memories. Advanced difficulty, go to the peak. What if they're giant eggs? Let's remember, we're going to have to pick a location here to take action. So all of what we do should be keeping in mind that we're going to have to pick a location. So I think we should be looking for the stones. Jonathan says, let's go to G19. Do the R's count as leads? They certainly do. Unless we're told otherwise. Write down the R leads that are available to you. You don't know how many leads are available to you. Each entry you read counts as one lead. Yeah, no doubt about it. The R leads count. So let's keep track here. That was 1. This one we just read was 2. Okay, now we're going to go to G19. We're going to G19, which was... G19 was the smoke in the jungle. And Jonathan's thought was, it seems to be related to our memories, so that makes sense. So we're going to G19, the smoke in the jungle. All right, it's a nice long one. That's always good. Well, it's not always good, but it's always fun. You find an opening in the bone-ornamented thorn fence surrounding the small village. You first notice a lean-to shelter supported by stakes in the ground, then another and another. So G19 is a village and a fence. A lean-to shelter supported by stakes in the ground, then another and another. Inside them you spy straw mattresses. However, as you continue into the village, you find that some of the shelters have been knocked down. This is the second village that we've seen where there's been some commotion and razing of buildings. You fear the worst, and as you continue forward, those fears align with reality. The ground is littered with the corpses of what you imagine are the area's native people. Most of them are painted with white marks that look like bones. At the edge of the camp, you find the body of a man who seems like he might belong to another ethnic group. He is wearing glassware, R11. That's a man with glassware. And the lower part of his face is smeared with red dirt. Volcanic ash? Volcano. This is the second mention of volcano. Volcanic red dirt. Remember, I think the key, if I had to guess that a key part of this game is going to be picking a location, maybe that's not explicitly told to us. He's wearing glassware. The lower part of his face is smeared with red dirt. Hanging from the lean-tos, human skulls sway and clink like porcelain cups in the rain. And as that rain grows heavier, it gives the scene an unreal atmosphere. At the center of the village, a large flat stone lying on small pillars is covered in carbonized human fat. So sacrifice is going on here. The fire pit below is still hot. The size of the steel, the shape of the large blackish spot, and the gnawed bones you find around it are enough to make your blood run cold. This is sounds like maybe a sacrificial table. 4 trails lead away from the village. The first, barely marked and very recent, leads to the south to H19. That's the south trail. The second, clearly defined, this one is hidden, or lesser traveled, I guess. Then the second, clearly defined, goes southeast, H20, southeast trail, which is clear. Another towards the east appears well traveled. G20 is an east trail. That one's well traveled. And the last, heading north, is partly hidden, making it more discreet. F19, north trail, which is hidden. All right, well, let's mark on our map. What's interesting here is that if we play this again, can we go to all these places without going to the peak and having our time set? That's a weird concept, isn't it? So, oh, sorry, I'm not using this for this. So H19, so directly south of this, we've got the South Trail. And then H20 is the Southeast Trail. G20 is the East Trail. Makes sense, right? These are all where you would expect them. And F19 is the North Trail. 2, 3, 4 trails spinning off here. Well, I'm curious about a volcano right here at this other peak. You can see these look like altitude lines. I don't know exactly how altitude lines in a map work, but you see the concentric rings showing you height. So I'm kind of curious if what this is, and oh, that may be clouds, but I'm curious about heading this way, so maybe follow this north trail up here. But do we want to have a memory of the sacrificial table or the man with glassware? In the chat, Anna says, sacrificing people to the deep ones, this feels like the demo case. Explore, try to solve. If you fail, play again. Let's reread R3. I believe the memory of running through the jungle to different clearings. I'm leaning to the East Trail because we kept seeing the sun in our memories. That's an interesting idea. Okay, let's reread R3. R3 was a memory we had. R3 says, a circle of light, soft and yellowish around it. Everything is dark, shapes appear, they become more defined. The jungle blurs. A clearing. Okay. That's not, the clearing might have been the menhir place, right? So the clearing. And in the center, an upright stone covered in plants. Or that's the place we just were, right? That's the menhir place, I think. Another stone, the roof of a shelter, and a plume of white smoke. The jungle rapidly scrolls through the circle of light. That's our binoculars. Another boar, an imposing stone construction, stands in a clearing. A circle of light. So first we're looking at the sun. Around it, everything is dark. I think that just means because we're looking through binoculars. But there's no sense of which direction, right? But I guess there's no sense of which direction we're panning, so it's kind of hard to know. But it sounds like, okay, no, there's a bit of a clue here. Let's think about this. R3, where's our note about R3? So even though he doesn't say what direction he's going, Jonathan says we might have been panning from a certain direction because of the sun. But either way, it's proceeding, it's like panning, right? So if you look at R3, okay, it's first he sees the clearing. First he sees the sun. Then he's panning, he sees the clearing with the upright stone. Covered in plants. Okay. Then he sees a blur. Then the binoculars is moving, so it's blurred. And then he sees, right, so it's blur. He sees the sun, then blur. Then the clearing with the upright stone in covered in plants, then blur. Then he sees another scene. Shelter roof with white smoke. That's the jungle we were just at, right? And then a more blur. Then he's continuing in the same direction. Blur. And then stone in clearing. So he's looking out, he sees the sun. The sun rises in which direction? Remember. So point of view from where we saw the binoculars. Where did we find the binoculars? In the huts, right? So is the sun rising in the west? So just to catch up on the chat, Dan is saying like facing north. I believe if we found the binoculars in the huts area, right? R3 was, we should have made, yeah, that's the hut. At the hut. Okay, so we find them here. We're looking at the sun rising in the west, I believe. We scan. We find the clearing with the upright stone. Then we scan. Sorry, let's do it this way. If I'm reading this right. Okay, so I think he's scanning. He finds the men here, the clearing with the upright stone, covered in plants. Then we know that's the covered in plants memory, because when we visited the men here, we got mossy stone at D11. That's the men here and the chanting. So I believe that's that. And then he keeps scanning in R3 and he gets to this. He gets to this clearing with the shelter roof and white smoke. That's the one we just read, G19, right? And then he keeps scanning and he sees the other one. So I think Jonathan is right that we should go east. Let's reread. If we go to G19, let's just make sure we read this right. We notice the shelter. Mattresses, they've been torn up. White marks that look like bones. There's a body of the man wearing glassware. I don't know what that means, glassware. He's got red dirt, human skulls, flat stone lying on small pillars. That's not the upright stone, that's the flat stone. Where did we hear that there was white smoke? Was that from the peak? I just want to make sure we got our bearings right. So if I'm looking back at the peak thing, it says there's several plumes of smoke, one of which rises from a western building, another by the village by the river, and the last from the jungle. Doesn't say what color. All right, so glassware is glass beads. Yeah, and that's kind of what I saw. Dancy says the sun rises in the east. I guess we don't know what time of the day it is, but it has to be daytime. It's shocking that I don't know where the sun rises. Okay, let's stick with our theory, though, that he's starting looking at somewhere, then he's passing to the Menhir place, then he's going here, and now he goes this way and he sees another clearing. We're not exactly sure why we should go there, why we should be following this, but the east trail is well traveled. The north trail is the hidden travel. I'm kind of curious to go up here north, but okay, we don't know. We could go this way, but let's go east. Let's find this other. Let's go with the one clue we figured out about the panning. We don't know that the map is north, but I think the idea that the binoculars could have also been used at the peak for all we know, but we're gonna assume they were used where it was. We're gonna go east. We're gonna try to follow up that one lead we had describing that there was something else over here. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to find the thing that's in this area here. So we're gonna go on the east trail, which is G20. East trail. We're going to mark it. We're going to go to G20. I hope someone invents this device because this is getting ridiculous. The trees provide partial protection from the bad weather, but the rain eventually reaches you in the form of large, slimy drops, sometimes laden with stinging insects captured from the canopy. You feel as though you're constantly being watched, but the din of the wind hurtling through the trees and the crash of those falling prevent you from making the most of your senses. The subtle yet atrocious smell of carbonized human fat lingers in the air. Several times you notice grinning skulls mounted on stakes or hanging from branches, with strange and menacing runes painted over them. A frequently used trail going from east to west makes your progression easier. So it's going towards the village. So this was nothing. It's going from east to west, north, south, west, east. Right, it's going this way, so it's going back. So I don't think there's any reason to think we can keep going this way. I mean, we could peek at this location, but it's probably going to cost us and be nothing. It's hard to know. Which is the hidden trail? How is the southeast trail? The southeast trail is clear. Well, let's continue with our theory that it's this way. That was our plan. We're going to stick with it. John says, it doesn't give us any locations, but I read it as saying we could still keep going east. All right, let's peek in this location. Let's see if there's an entry. I fear it's going to be an entry. I feel like that paragraph would have told us that there's like something to our east if it wanted us to go, if it wanted us to think we could keep going east. But let's see what happens, just for the hell of it. G21. So we're going to look at G21. The trees provide partial protection from the bad weather, but the rain eventually reaches you in the form of large slimy drops, sometimes laden with with stinging insects captured. This is the same exact thing. A frequently used trail going from east to west makes your progression easier. So it's the same exact thing that we just read in G20. G21, duplicate G20. This is Gregory Pravat punishing us, being happy to eat up our leads. But Jonathan, I wouldn't say you were wrong, because it's tempting us again to keep trying it. So I'm not, it's very possible something could be here eventually, but we can't take that chance. We can't waste four more leads walking east just in case. So I think the game told us about the hidden trails, so I think we should assume that it's going to give us a hint if there's any kind of trail, unless there was something, unless we really know a location. So the question now is, do we go north or southeast? I still think we want to go this way. We're still working on this theory that it's this way. The question is, we take the north trail, southeast trail. I think I want to visit this volcanic. I think we got a clue about volcano. But on the other hand, this is the one going east. So I think we're going to go to the southeast trail. We're going to follow... John says maybe the memory in G19 might give us a clue. It's true, we did get a memory of G19. We had two memories. One is the guy in glassware who's from a different ethnic, and he's got volcanic dirt. So I think he might be pointing us north to the volcano. I can't tell whether we should be going southeast. Is southeast going to lead to this waterfall? It would make sense that the jungle has to have a trip to the waterfall, but then let's do our memory of the man with the glassware. Maybe that will give us a clue. That's R11. Let's see if that points us up to the north to the volcano. This is ridiculous, trying to cover all this up. I'm one or two heads taller than the natives who dance and jump up and down with their arms stretched around me. Men, women, and children offer me big, toothless smiles and shout joyfully in an unfamiliar language in exchange for glass necklaces and trinkets. The hubbub subsides and movements slow down. I stare at an impossible face, only its eyes remain. I slowly sink into them to the point of losing myself. Totally useless. However, they seem like friendly natives. All right, I think we're going to go north. If he had volcanic ash on his face and he's from the north and there's a volcano up north, then maybe we should find, maybe there is a village up there. So let's go north to the volcano, and that's the glass necklaces. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to take a little 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll continue heading north, and we're going to try to go north and east and try to find this second village of friendly people. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back, and the chat channel has been quite active here, talking about whether this is connected to our previous case where the deep ones, the islanders were giving sacrifices to the deep ones. And could we be one of these people? And could we be one of Obed's crew from the previous case? I do think we've got a bit of a clue here. We got a clue about when we were scanning, where we saw another clearing with another stone. And then we got another clue in this village that we went to, where we found the guy in the glass beads at the edge of the village. At the edge of the camp, you find the body of a man who seems like he might belong to another ethnic group. He was wearing glassware. Lower part of his face is smeared with red dirt. And then when we looked at our memory of that, R11, our memory of that man is we're taller than the natives who dance and jump up and down. They're smiling, they're shouting joyfully in exchange for glass necklaces and trinkets. I stare at an impossible face, only its eyes remain. I slowly sink into them to the point of losing myself. But they're not doing human sacrifices, so I do think like maybe that's our friendly tribe and we should try to find them. So we think he's got red dirt, maybe that's volcano. I would like to find that volcano if we can. So maybe we follow the North Trail and maybe we've got some hope of finding a volcano, and maybe it'll go east and we'll find that other village. So let's go to the North Trail. That's F19. This is clue 7 of 12. In the chat, it was asked, are we sure we only have 10 leads? Yes, the instructions are very clear. When you're told in bold that you have 12 hours, days, months, that means you have 12 leads. Okay, F19. I've got my better blockers now. The trees provide partial protection from the bad weather, but the rain eventually reaches you in the form of large slimy drops, sometimes laden with stinging insects captured from the canopy. You feel as though you're constantly being watched, but the din of wind hurtling through the trees and the crash of those falling prevent you from making the most of your senses. Several times you notice grinning skulls mounted on stakes or hanging from branches, with strange and menacing runes painted over them. A hidden trail going from south to north makes your progression easier. Okay. I believe, so if we look at our map, this is saying a hidden trail going from south to north makes our progression easier. Let's read again what G21 said. G21 said, a frequently used trail going from east to west makes your progression easier. So it's the exact same thing. But this one says a hidden trail going from south to north. Now I think we got to think this through. I think we need to think about this for a second. Hidden trail going south to north. And then in G21 says trail going, let me just read that one more time. Maybe we should keep going on this trail. G21 says, frequently used trail going from east to west. How do we read that? How are we reading that? Aren't the glass-beaded ones the bad ones who worship the creatures and traded with Obed? The gold, the people who trade with the deep ones have gold, not glass. Dan C says what I was, okay, so we've got an interesting disagreement here. This is what I'm struggling with. So in the chat, Anna said, aren't the glass-beaded ones the bad ones who worship the creatures? And I pointed out, no. I think the ones who trade with the deep ones get gold trinkets, not glass trinkets. Glass is volcano, so those might be the good people. Now, the next discussion in the chat is the key discussion. So we've gone north, and it says, hey, a hidden trail going south-north. And when we went this way, it said there's a trail going east-west. And we went east, and it said, hey, identical trail going east-west. So this, when we went here, it's like twisty little passages in the jungle. They all look alike. We went here, all look alike. The question we have to figure out now is the description of this, that when we went here, it says a trail going south to north. Is it telling us that this trail here makes it easy and not saying anything about going this way? And this one, same thing. Or are we meant to explore and keep going? When we read this one, I read it to be, hey, it's a lost cause. It's just a dead end. But then when I read this one, which is the exact duplicate, except north-south here, made me think it's real. So we have to really try to figure out, is it a dead end or is it not? This one I felt convinced it was a dead end. This one is the exact same, but felt to me like it wasn't saying it's dead end. But if this one's not a dead end, then this one's not a dead end. We could just jump right here and see if we catch light of some volcanic thing. I'm tempted to do that, like not walk along this path, but go all the way up into here. What do you think about that idea? Go right here. I mean, this is a ridge, so it's unlikely things would be on here, a village. This would be the location of a village. If this isn't the village, it might say we can see a village next door. There's real debate here about, are we running out of time here? Like, should we... I'm going to go look up here, C19. I do not understand. I want to find this tribe. And this, unfortunately, if we're trying to find where that binoculars was looking, up here would not be to the east of the smoke. But this would be. So maybe southeast trail. Okay, if there's no village here, then maybe we try to go this way. But I'm going to look up here first, C19. We're going to write down C19 blind. Maybe volcano north trail. All right, let's see what C19 is. I'm going to mark it here. The game says we can go to any place we want. It's interesting to note that there's a ton of tiny little entries. So in the time limit game of Bureau of Investigation, we've sometimes said, well, let's just go look there. If it's not relevant, it'll probably be empty. This feels like there's entries for every grid location. It's just most of them are useless. So it's very risky to just take a shot in the dark because you'll run out of time. But let's read C19. The rain is getting heavier. From the plateau, you can intermittently see a peak overlooking the region to the west. C6. This is the peak we've already been to. C6. So from here, this plateau, which seems like now it was smart to go here because we know, as we discussed, it's high elevation. You can see things from a high elevation. It now makes sense that we might have wanted to go there even just for the elevation. All right, so we can see 6. To the north, the jungle stretches as far as the eye can see. On its horizon, a compact black mass, streaked with lightning, fills the sky, progressing toward you at an alarming speed. A compact black mass, streaked with lightning. Okay, let's keep reading. A hidden trail going from south to north makes your progression easier. So that was basically nothing. Nothing, and no sign of a trail this way. You would think if their village was here, we'd see a trail to it, right? So I think that means we're lost here. So I suggest we go down here, southeast, and try to hit that other village this way. This was wheat 8 of 12. I know, let's catch up in the chat. We should probably reread the rules about going any place in case it was just explaining you did not have to go through every square to get to a named location. That's a good point. Let's see. Let's recheck these rules. You can visit any location on the map, even if not mentioned in the text. So you can just go anywhere on the map you want. And Dan is saying maybe the north-south is a hint on where to go if you randomly selected a square. Yes, or something like that. Okay, so I think it was useful to, I mean, not useful. It wasn't a bad guess to head up here to this edge, to this peak, but we didn't find anything. I still, I'm tempted to go to one of these locations to think it could be where the volcano is, if there is even a volcano, but I can't take a chance at just going there for no reason. So there was some discussion of should we go to the cigar-shaped object. I still think our best lead is the clue we got here and going southeast. I want to find this thing that's in the east. I'm tempted to go all the way over here, but let's try this. Let's try the southeast trail. Is it just going to be another? Should we jump to this waterfall instead of just walking our way down this trail? Let's jump to the waterfall, and maybe it'll back us up towards a village. Maybe it'll have a path going this way, but then what if it's just a path? That's the problem. the most likely thing is this path is going to go to the waterfall and be useless. Like, wouldn't it be natural that this trail goes to this dock? Let's go to this waterfall. K22. Waterfall. And then if it tells us about a trail going this way, maybe we'll just assume it's a trail, not with something in between. K22. Let's see what happens. As you approach the base of the waterfall, which you estimate to be roughly 50 feet high, you locate the origin of the noisy bubbling you had been hearing. Among the rocks demarcating the base of the fall's basin, you find a few arrows with colored fletching and sticky black tips. R12. Black tipped arrows. Were it not for these threatening projectiles and the incessant rain, this place would be idyllic. After laboriously climbing the escarpment, you reach the top of the waterfall. Some tracks are visible, despite the rain, but they fade as they enter the jungle to the northwest, J21. So that's here. These are tracks. An older path heads to the east. J21 is northwest tracks. And then east trail is K23, east trail, older. So, we went to the waterfall. It says there's tracks leading northwest, which I'm thinking is part of this trail. Could always be a village here, but that would be a very close village. So I think maybe we don't need to go on this trail anymore. We found it. But then there's a trail going east. So when you see my dotted lines here, that means hypothetical. We don't know anything about it. Anna says, this case feels like the magician's house to me. I'm not going to run this time. It does feel like a adventure game, but I think now we want to find this east. This is what we're looking for. We're looking for a village to the east. So maybe, I think we're definitely going to follow this. But now the question is, should we just walk over to the next trail? This is the old trail. Or should we try to push a little bit further and skip a step? How about we go here? Then it'll tell us whether the next one is here or here. Or should we jump right to the edge? Sorry. Here's our trail, old trail. I don't want to go here. I want to go either here or here. What's the most logical thing? We're running out of time. I think this time we'll go to the far edge of the map. Okay. Or should I go here? I'm going to go to the far edge of the map. K25. So, K25 looks like the wrong decision. The jungle gives way to a sort of mangrove while the river swells under the freezing rain that keeps falling. Occasionally the tide will carry away a tree, having slowly eroded the mud that once held its roots. The wind brings the final touch of apocalyptic ambiance to the location, pummeling through the tree tops with such violence that the strong ones can only break, yielding to its power. So, nothing important in K25. Not even a sign of a trail. Well, in some sense, that's reassuring that at least there was no sign of a trail. But maybe we're trying to outsmart this game. Jonathan Warner says, I feel if Gregory is watching, he's probably thinking we are once again making unusual decisions. Yes, I think you're right. Like, we should be going to the places that were mentioned rather than going off nowhere. Maybe one of these gives us more time, like the cigar or the gaps. Do we dare? I feel like I can't stop now. I can't stop now. I can't do it. I gotta find what this is. It looks like we're gonna need our house rule soon. I'm going straight to the old trail now. I can't do it. I can't give up now. We've only got 2 more leads left. I need to spend 2 of them to find this location here. K20. I'm gonna go here directly to the old trail since jumping ahead didn't work. K23. Okay. K23 says, large flat stones protrude from the mixture of silt and sand. So we actually got a place now at least. K23. Flat stones protrude from mixture of silt and sand. R10 is flat stones in silt. Forming here some kind of beach. Ropes connected to stakes deeply anchored in the ground hold large creels and occasionally bob into view with the current. A frequently used trail plunges northward into this wind-swept jungle, J23. Downstream, a waterfall rumbles to the west. So that's the waterfall we already went. But J23 trail. So let's look in our map here. So we went here. And it says, guess what? There's another trail here. What does it say about it? Frequently used trail. So that sounds like our eastern city clearing area is somewhere here. Like we are gonna hit it. Furthermore, I'll note that when we thought this was dead end, this did seem to lead up to here. So like I think actually this trail does keep going here and going here. So like maybe this is what we should be looking at. The place that's continuing on this trail and the place that's continuing on this trail. Is that a crazy idea to think it's here? Unfortunately, that was clue 11. So we only have one more left officially. I think, is this the definition of canvassing? It's not quite canvassing, but I think there's another way to look at this. There's another way to look at this related to what Jonathan Warner was saying about Gregory watching us and getting frustrated. We've played this is a little diversion, a little side topic here. We played all 5 of these cases live on YouTube. And Gregory Pravat, the author, has joined us for most of them. And he's frequently, a couple of our cases we went and we ran out of time really early because of the path we went on. And Gregory has said, hey, you guys are doing things no other playtest has done. Like, you're going off places, and that's why you ran out of time. And I feel like maybe one of the things that we should, rather than trying to figure out what Gregory wants us to do, I feel like part of our role here is saying we're going to follow our own logic and sort of show you what happens when people do follow their own logic. Are we going to run out of time and the game would have given us more time when we went to the cigar place, whatever? Then maybe it's important for us to discover that. And that's an interesting, that'll be a relevant part to talking about this game if we were supposed to get more leads if we went through some other place. So, unless this place gives us more leads, we're not going to know what to do. But okay, so in the chat though, Jonathan says he likes this idea. I think this cross-marked idea. And Dan C says he likes it. So we're going to do it. We're going to try to hop to this location, which is the edge of if we follow the East Trail East and the North Trail North, we'd hit this location. So that's where we're going to go for our last lead. It seems fitting that our last lead be, we're going to put G3, we're going to put blind because we don't have it wasn't mentioned, but we're going to put blind crossroads. We're hoping to find this extra village, which we think is east. Okay, let's see what we get there. Let's put our little marker on it. I'm going to put a little special green marker because maybe we should be using green for our blind things, but let's see. Okay, so G23. Let's see what we've got. Let's see if we struck gold or if it's just a shot in the dark. Looks like a little mixture of both. Okay. The trees provide partial protection from the bad weather, but the rain eventually reaches you in the form of large slimy drops. That's not a good sign. That's a duplicate. Sometimes laden with stinging insects captured from the canopy. You feel as though you are constantly being watched, but the din of the wind, constantly being watched by Gregory Pravat is what it is. But the din of the wind hurtling through the trees and the crash of those falling prevent you from making the most of your senses. Suddenly, a few feet away, you hear howls and groans. As you approach cautiously, you find a patch of ground covered in blood and numerous footprints. The record of a recent clash between barefoot men. So we did not find the village. It's even worse than not finding the village. Recent clash, though. With bloody footprints. Between barefoot men, these are the two tribes fighting, it seems like. It feels like that's the one thing we figured out. Here's the problem, though. That was our 12th lead. We've run out of time. But that ends that entry. The unfortunate part, that's a bit crazy, is that there's no mention of a trail there. There's no mention of trail west, east, or south, so it's like not even clear how we got there. Or that there's a place to go. Okay, let's look at the chat here. Jonathan says, I guess we should peek at the solution in case there's some sort of twist, but I suspect we have to give ourselves another set of leads. This is another thing we've sort of criticized this game about, and we're gonna talk about this, looking at the solution. I agree with Jonathan in a sense. We are going to look at that, but a weird thing the way this game was done is that we've talked about how when we get to the end of the cases, the first case, the second case, the game is like, when you're ready to solve it, pick 3 locations and then turn to the end. And we said, shouldn't there be some sort of like paragraph, like when you're ready to end, go to the end section, and the end section should tell you how to be thinking about what to choose now. It feels like if this game works the way the others do, that, sorry, it wasn't here, in fact, that was told. It was when we got to the peak, which was C6. It feels to me like the only thing we're going to be told is what we read in C6. When you feel you're ready to take action, you can choose one location. So I feel like the solution is not going to, yeah. I switched to the end page intervention, and there's no anything. It's just locations. So, Jonathan, I agree with you. Theoretically, we should peek at the solution in case there's some sort of twist. Not only is there not a twist, but there's no description of what to do. In other words, we've been told everything we're going to be told about how to end the case. We're supposed to end the case by picking a location and then turning to the end of the book and looking up the entry for that end of location. So, that's it. We're out of time. We now must pick a location according to the official rules where we're supposed to do some action that ends the case. So, we're going to do our house rule. To remind you what our house rule is, everyone now should make a guess about the location you want to go to do the action at the end of the game. And then we're not going to look at it, though. We're just going to record it, and then we're going to go back and do another 12 leads. So where would you like to go to end this case? It doesn't have to be a place on the map. Theoretically, I guess it could even be a memory, but it could be. So everyone get on the record. This is our guess. And then in the end, we're going to keep looking and get more clues. All right. Well, I'm going to guess that it's still all about our place to the east. That was a fight. So I'm still going to guess, I'm guessing right here. I'm guessing G25. This is our phase 1 guesses, our house rule. So whoever's recording, record for me. Would it be G25 or would it be, I mean, we have no reason to think, but I'm going to say G25. Jonathan Warner is going to say I-23. So I'm guessing here. Jonathan is guessing right here on the path. That's not a bad guess. That's not a bad guess. Dan C is guessing the monolith, which was right here. The menhir monolith, I think, is what Dan is saying. The 11. Okay, record that. So Jonathan says I-23. Dan C says D11. Anna Marie, are you going to guess, or is Anna Marie just says no? We have one bullet. I vote we commit suicide. Yes. Okay, so now we're rewinding. We're not looking up any answer. We're just going back. If Jonathan Pravat was here, he could tell us whether it's possible we could run into trouble. No, it's possible that reading the intervention would give us some information, but we have no way to see that. So, okay, we're going, let's record that we went to G23. All right, we're starting over. We've got 9 more places. So now that we've got 9 more time, let's have some memories. Let's not hunt in the dark. Maybe we'll go to the cigar, we'll go whatever. But I think let's revisit that memory that we just had from this location, which is R08. Okay, R08, which is the clash memory or something. We don't, are they all memories? Let's see. R08. This was a hard fought memory, so maybe it'll be good. Oh, my love, I long to hold you close, to feel your body invade and overwhelm me. I can almost smell you. When you are here, so close, as if within reach, will I be able to free you. Fury, warriors with bloody faces have appeared from everywhere. Frenzied, the villagers, their bodies adorned with large white lines, grab their weapons. The women scream and bite or try to flee. I don't dare move forward. I hear the crying of a newborn baby. Oh, my love, I must save it. You will be so proud, strengthened by the temerity your love instills in me. I move through the battles. Around me, death is unleashed. Throats are slit, skulls are scattered. I head toward our baby's cries. I am in the jungle. The chaos has ceased. In front of me, the old shaman with a crimson face gently pushes aside the cloth hiding the child. As he uncovers it, he curls his lip and gives me a terrifying smile. Boy, it really feels like we're the bad guy here, and that we're like possessed by some spirit of this island, and I feel like we're the bad guys. I feel like we should be killing ourselves with the bullet, just like Anna Maria said. Our tribesmen with beads were smiling at us, and it says, I still think they're the villains, so we are worshiping some old ones as well. Yeah, I'm starting to think you're right about that we're the bad ones, the tribe. But now, here's an interesting question. Even if we are the bad guys, we're crazy, we're defending this creature thing, should we still be trying to get that, make that happen? Like, is that the goal of this? Or is the goal to get cured and resist doing this bad, evil thing? I'm in the jungle. The chaos has ceased. In front of me, the old shaman with a crimson face gently pushes aside the cloth hiding the child. So feels like we destroyed these villages. No sense of direction, though. No real understanding about why there are 2 tribes. But there is this baby that feels like it's the hybrid baby. The suicide option might not be a joke. Yeah, it might not. But where would we go to commit suicide if that is indeed what we were supposed to do? Okay, that was clue 1 of 12. All right, it's time to undo the mistakes we've made and go to these places we saw that we haven't visited yet. The cigar, the tree gaps, and the building, the western-looking building. But there were more memories we haven't done, just to remind you. Maybe we need to... Yeah, I think we should do all of our memories. Since we don't understand what's going on, let's do all of our memories. Here was at K23, which was here in the old trail. We saw flat stones in silt, and we had a memory. So R10. So let's do R10. I don't know how you guys feel about these decisions I'm making, but I think it makes sense. Since we didn't understand stuff, it's time to do this stuff to help us understand. Okay, here it is. Hope. The natives have come out of their huts. In a circle, they watch me as my fingers slide through the sand. The village and, to the west, the stone. A line to connect them, a circle to designate. Without bending down, the chief uses his spear to trace a line to the east. I erase it and dig my line. My finger frantically taps the stone drawing. He brushes his foot, erases the stone, and plants his spear to the east before turning back to the villagers, pointing his finger. Despair. Okay, it feels like we've got some dense information here. Let's see if we can make some sense of this. This now sounds like this is a cool scene. We've come to the village and we've looked at a map and we're trying to point where we want to go and he's saying something different. So let's see. We've arrived at this village. The natives come out, their huts. So we're at a village with huts in the center. Maybe that's the huts nearby. Our fingers slide through the sand. We're pointing a location. We've drawn the village in the sand, and to the west, the stone. So we draw a line to the west, to the stone. That's where we want to go. We've connected them, and we've drawn a circle at the stone to the west. The chief takes his spear and draws a line to the east. Right? He draws a line to the east. We erase it. We say no. We tap stone. That's where we want to go. We tell the elder, we want to go here. He erases the stone. He's like, no, do not go there. Go to the east. He turns back to the villagers and he says, this guy is going to get us all killed. Or he's pointing to the villagers saying they're all in trouble if you don't go to the east. So this is a very cool memory. We've landed here. We're trying to go to the west to find the stone. He's saying go east. Now let's look at our map. Okay. Now let's see what we've got here. So if this is the huts, we're saying we want to go west to some stone area here. Maybe this building here, maybe another jungle, maybe here. He's trying to get us to go east. Now, the question is, Dan C says, same distance to the west and the east? Does it say anything about distances? Without being able to trace a line to the east. No, there's no sense of distances or length. But now, here's my question to you, though. So here's the huts of the village. He points us east. We want to go west. I think the suicide option is east. Like, if we go to that village where he wants us to go, maybe they can dispossess us. This sure seemed important. But then my meta question was, do we want to go where we want? Should we be going where we want to go? Or should we be going where it feels like we should be going where the natives want us to go. Can we tell which native that was? It doesn't say where they're the... Yeah, I think they're the good guys. These aren't the glass guys. Drunk Tiger says, wonder why we're so adamant about the stone. We knew something about it. I think we've been drawn to this island by the stone spirit and the stone to protect this creature, is what I think. We're possessed. Our mind's been warped. Or maybe we're hunting for something, and when we found it, we went mad. So, like, I don't want to go. I don't want to go this way, but these are the places that are on our map explicit that we said we would go to. So let's just see if there are any other memories we haven't gone to. So the black-tipped arrow, these are the people hunting us, so we haven't seen that yet. So let's continue this approach. Let's look up the memory of R12 of the black-tipped arrows. Okay, here it is. Oh, my sweet love, here I am at last. Here I come. Have I done anything other than but move towards you? I can see your cave, so close, so beautiful, so fresh. I'll be yours and you'll be mine. I already feel myself getting lost in you. No, 1 arrow, 2, 3. They bar the way. The savages, must I run away? But I'll be back to free you, my love. Yeah, this island has got a spirit in the stones that's possessed us to come rescue it and rescue this child. And the natives are trying to keep us. So, but in R12, we got some information here. It's cave. Have I done anything but move towards you? So that suggests it's the stone that we've been searching for. So maybe it's a cave to the west. And he says, so fresh. I'm not sure what that means. Your cave, so beautiful, so close, so fresh. And then arrows bar the way. And weren't these arrows in the waterfall? He'll be back, he says. So R12, we've heard about at the waterfall, the black-tipped arrows. I don't know if that means that it happened at a waterfall. Any other memories we haven't seen? Yes, the sacrificial table. We didn't look up that memory. And R8, the chanting. So let's look up those last two, R8 and R4. Or should we be viewing these as things that we should sprinkle around? Maybe we shouldn't do all the memories now. Maybe that'll make it too easy. I'm going to make a little note so I don't have to keep going back. R04 is sacrificial table. And then R08 was our memory of the chants. I think that's our last R that we haven't. What about R9? Yeah, we did R9. And we did these two. R13 is a ritual. R13 and R7. We did R7, surely. No, we did R7. R13 was the ritual memory. Did we do that one yet? Doesn't look like we did. Maybe we should have done that one early. All right, I'm gonna do one more lookup of R. I'm gonna look up R13 since that was early in the game. The stone seems to have been standing for an eternity. I skimmed some of its edges that hop in the sun as if to confirm their unreal presence. I hide just in time. Their naked bodies are painted with some sort of white soil that depicts what is inside on the outside. Oh, I think we did read this. And they sway, chanting between the fires that cast their terrifying shadows. One of them, with scarlet hands, draws an ancient symbols on the stone to the nauseating chant's rhythm. I have to wait. Their village is so close, and I hear others coming around me. Yes, we did read this. It does sound like the white painted people are the bad guys. I'm starting to think that Anna might be right about this being the two tribes, and the trinkets one are the evil people, and so are we. I'm not sure. Okay, Jonathan says, I'm for trying to reason about where the cave is, then blow the cave up with the gunboat. Maybe we do want to go to the cave and have the gunboat blow it up. You don't think we should be going to the east where the shaman wanted us to go? All right, let's go to this cigar that we've been wanting to, that people have been wanting us to go to for a while. So we're on clue 4. And let me tear this off. Those are some more memories that we're going to want to do before we sprinkle throughout. All right, let's go to the cigar one, which is G9. This was the cigar-shaped thing in the trees. The gnawed hulk of an old biplane hangs a few feet above your head. We should have guessed that it was going to be a plane cockpit. Hangs a few feet above your head. You climb a tree to reach the cockpit to salvage a few things that aren't completely rotten. You caress one of the straps hanging from the pilot's seat with your fingertips, and you retrieve a metal bar that you can use as a weapon if necessary. And we remembered the pilot's seat, R1. Pilot seat memory, and we got a metal bar. So I think maybe we need to keep track of the things we've got. So we have a gun with 1 bullet, right? We have a gun with 1 bullet. We got binoculars. Then we got a metal bar and G9 that we could use as a weapon. Interesting. And we got this at the hut. And we had the gun to start with. All right. So let's have a memory of the pilot seat. John says, I think finding and blowing up the cave might be a forending. Finding a counter ritual. Yeah, don't forget, we're absorbed by the spirit of this island. We don't want to blow it up. If we go to the island, if we go to the ritual place, I don't think we're going to call in an explosion. We're going to be we're going to be telling them we're going to be doing the bad ritual. But let's see if we're that pilot. Do you think we're going to be that pilot? All right, let's look here. R1. Holding the strap of a large bag lying at my feet, I raise my eyes and look at the motorboat heading downstream. I'm standing at the edge of the jungle. A nude, hairless, white-skinned child stands in the middle of the path that opens before me, staring at me with big black eyes. I sling my bag over my shoulder and walk through him without paying him any further attention. That's weird. Did we actually walk through him? And he's an apparition? Or is this a mistranslation? I raise my eyes and look at the motorboat heading downstream. A large bag lying at my feet. Standing at the edge of the jungle. It sounds like that's maybe where we got off the dock, maybe? Yeah, maybe it dropped us off at the huts, and that's where we found ourselves when we woke up later. But it's clear we were already in this village hunting for this thing. We found it, and then it messed up our minds. So we went to the cigar. I feel like we're possessed, called to this island. We tried to get, this is what happened. This is what happened. Okay, stop. Here we got it. We were called, either we were treasure hunting or we've been called to this island and we're like, the spirit has possessed us. We're in love with it, whatever. And we went looking for it and we got shot by one of those arrows is what happened. Which a poison arrow knocked us out. I think maybe that's what happened. That's why we woke up all dazed and confused. Dan C says we were trying to escape the jungle on a plane. That's an interesting dive. The gap in the trees is a landing strip. I like that idea, Dan, says Jonathan. Well, let's go to the gaps in the trees and let's see if we can make sense of it. So the gaps in the tree is H6 and H7. I guess we might as well go to H6. H6 and H7 are the same. It says these two leads cost only one lead. So we get to read both of these now. You emerge onto a very long clearing. The overgrown ground is so badly damaged that it takes several minutes before you realize that this was in fact an airstrip at one point. R14 airstrip, as Dan guessed. The ultimate testimony of an attempt to civilization by a few Westerners, which is why maybe that Western building is here. Westerners came in, built a landing strip, and then built a building here. Or that of a military presence during the Great War, you cannot say. As you walk through it, you are surprised to find traces of an old corn plantation and some potatoes, which you greedily devour. Old potatoes. An old path, barely visible, plunges southward into the jungle. Looks like I-07. So here is an old path, and we went to these two locations, which only count as one. Let's read if there's a 7. H7. It's exactly duplicate entry. H6 and H7 are the same. Okay, so we've got two new memories. Airstripped and old potatoes, and then a path going south. Presumably, maybe attaching to this building here. Let's do a memory of the airstrip, R14. R14 says, the compass needle remains fixed in my shaking hands. The alignments. You are here, very close, my sweetheart. You're waiting for me. I'll finally be able to feel you, love of my dreams. Yes, there. I push aside a few branches. The stone topples over. A simple hole, moist and dark. I sink into the ground to meet you. The alignments, I knew it. So R14 is a bit of a clue here. R14, airstrip memory. So he landed and he says, finally I found you. Push aside branches. Stone topples. And then there's a hole. Moist, a hole in the ground. So the stone is covering up a hole. So you push the stone over and you crawl down. So maybe at that place with the monolith, if you push the monolith over, there's a hole down there and you do it. Or it's the cave blocked by a stone. But I have a feeling that's the bad ending. Like if we go there, we're going to summon up this creature. I don't think that's where we want to go. Okay, that was clue 6. Let's look at this again. So that was our memory. We haven't been down this old path. We haven't been down to this building. I think we got to take another break here for 8 minutes, and maybe we'll go into this building. Anna said, Anna says, we were searching for this goddess and arrived by plane. Yes, that's what happened. Our mind was infected to come search for this goddess. We got infected by its brain virus, and we've come here to find it. And the shaman wanted us to go east, and we wanted to go west to this thing. It might be here, or a cave. So think about it. If it was a cave, it might very well be at the base of this mountain, right? This mountain range. So you might expect the cave to be along here somewhere. Or it could be a cave in the middle of the jungle. I think the next thing we should do, though, is go to this western building, see if we can get some clues from there. But first, we'll take a little 8-minute break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Case 5 of the Gunboat. We've ran out of time the first pass, not understanding anything. This is our second pass through. And the chat has just been discussing some theories here. Jonathan's theory was, if we could find a hidden site to the east with good magic, that might be the best ending. If we could find the site to the west where this person wants to go, than the cave, maybe we'll get a half ending by blowing up the evil site. I have a slight disagreement there. Dan says, my thoughts are the stones are in some kind of line that traces to the cave. Just a theory, if not a line, a triangle with the cave in the center. I do like this idea that we might be able to triangulate or figure out where a place is based on lining things up. I like that a lot. I want to... Anna says, I don't understand why this creature lured us here. Are we supposed to do something for her? Yes, I think that ties in my two answers. I think we've been lured to free this creature's baby, or whatever, from the tribal people who are protecting it from being used for evil, protecting the evil from getting out. And that's why they were trying to prevent us from getting here. I agree with Jonathan's theory that I still like this idea that there's something to the east where we go and end the ritual, and like it might be a form of suicide, like we're gonna let the villagers kill us, even though I think we've killed off most of the villagers. However, I want to disagree with Jonathan's theory about the west if we find the cave, because I think if you pick that end location, we're basically going to set the evil free. So maybe we'll get points for that or not, but I don't think we're going to blow it up with the gunship. My feeling is if we pick that location, we're going to go climb into the cave, lose our minds, and help this creature get free. So we all seem to be in agreement that maybe there's some great place in the east. Now, let's think about what Dan was saying, because I really like this idea. Since the beginning of this case, I've been obsessed with the idea that we have to find a location that isn't explicitly mentioned, but is pointed to by some signs. So we know there's one stone here, right? And was there a stone in this jungle? Let's reread G19. Was there another stone that we're told about? Like, remember, he has his binoculars. He looks at 3 places. G19 is an opening in the bone-ornamented thorn fence. Sorry, I don't want you to see that. Let me just... We go into the village. Some of the shelters knocked down, littered with corpses, painted white marks that look like bones. There's a body of the man from a different ethnic group wearing glassware. He's a friend of ours. The center is a large flat stone lying on small pillars covered with carbonized human fat. So there's a sacrifice happening here. Yeah, so I think there's it's another stone here. So I think we've got a stone monolith, and this is the stone that they're sacrificing human fat on. They're doing human sacrifices here. And if we reread D11, it says, the upright black stone points toward the village, R16 in the dock. Did we already look at R16? I'm not sure we did. At D11, when did we go to D11? D11 was the men here. I don't think we read R16, our memory of the village. I think we need to read that now. This is the memory of the village where the monolith is. When we discovered the binoculars, we saw 2 monoliths. Did we? All right, we're gonna reread the village, what we saw at the huts. That was K16. Village is deserted. Huts form concentric circles around an open area in the center of which the embers of a main fire pit. The huts have been burned down, probably by us. Tracks, line in the silt. R9, commotion. I assume we've read that. Pair of broken binoculars. Smoldering remains of the last hut. It was when we looked at the binoculars that we saw stuff. So let's look through our binoculars again. Let's remember what we saw. Okay, we circle of light, soft and yellowish around it. Everything is dark. Circle of light, soft and yellowish. Is that the moon? It's the moon, maybe. Okay, anyway. So the first clearing they see is an upright stone. That's going to be the monolith. Ah, okay, good. Let's reread this. Let's reread this. This is good. Okay. So let's reread this together. This is important. So first we see a clearing in the center, an upright stone covered in plants. That's the monolith at D11. Then we see another, then we blur, then it moves, and we see another stone, which is the roof of a shelter. Another stone, roof of a shelter, and a plume of white smoke. And then we pan again and see an imposing stone construction stands in a clearing. I thought it was saying another stone, the roof of a shelter. So I don't know if that means another monolith. So let's think about this logically. Let's think about this together for a second. Let's think about our possibilities. So we think maybe the binoculars were done at the hut. That's where we found them, in our hut where we lived in this, where we were staying in this village. First we see the monolith right there. Now we scroll and we see another stone with the roof of a shelter. I'm thinking that it's this other village, which with the sacrificial stone where the human remains were on, a flat stone. But it's possible it's not that. It's possible it was an upright stone that we just haven't discovered yet. Now, if it is the other stone, then you might imagine a line going this way that aligned the two stones, right? Like this. Let's just mark it. If it was, if this is the path, then our last village would be along this line. Now another possibility, however, is that what he saw through the binoculars was not this village and stone, but was another one, for example, going straight across this way. So my question to you is that second stone that he sees, the second scene that he sees in R3, it says the binoculars blur, and then he sees another stone, the roof of a shelter and plume of white smoke. So is that scene a shelter, roof of a shelter, plume of white smoke? Don't we think that's this village? Because we're told there's a plume of smoke. And we're told there's a sacrificial stone, but I don't know if it's monolith. if we look up G19 again, let's see how it's described to us. It's a thorn fence. It's a small village. Mattresses. There's old dead people, most of them painted with white marks. At the center of the village, a large flat stone lying on small pillars. That's probably the stone we saw, don't you think? A large flat stone lying on small pillars. The fire pit below it is still hot. So assuming that that's the stone, that's the second stone. Here's where our huts is. So if that's the second thing that he sees, then we know it would have to be in this quadrant somewhere is the last stone he saw. And if these are on a line, which I don't know why, I'm not very sure why we would think that, then we might be looking somewhere over here. But I'm not sure. We've still got some more memories. Let's go look at this building, the last location that we know of, that we've been reading hints about. So this is lead 7. Let's go to the western building, L11. Presumably this might be where we were trying to fly into and where we crashed and they recovered us from. Possibly. L11. The foul smell of rotten meat that pervades this place is sickening. The monastery's fire-ravaged doors are still hot, and the grotesque corpses of the monks are scattered in and around the courtyard. This is a cult that was living here, I think. The wounds of some suggest that they were crushed against the spongy ground with monstrous force. I think this is a cult like Jonestown is what this is. Jonestown cult. This cult built themselves a little monastery here and built a runway to fly in. And that's because there's some spirit on this island or monsters. Okay, so R02 is the deaths there. You ignore the few barracks and the sinister chapel, focusing instead on the ancient stone standing at the center of the monastery. But leaning toward the plateau, threatening to fall at any moment. Its charred sides reveal strange symbols that the flames and the smoke produced by the many fires lit at its base seem to have deftly avoided. In the mud, among a slew of bare footprints, you notice a few animal tracks. You're struck by the anatomical aberrations of some of them, which sanity forbids you from imagining. Yeah, they were doing some dark rituals here. An old trail leading northwest heads into the jungle. K10 Old Trail. Another seems to join the river farther south. M11 is trail to the river. Another one heading east. L12. East Trail. Recent. All right. Let's look at our map and make sense of this. So we went to the western building. And we're told there's an old trail at K10 here. M11 is going to the river. And L12 is going east recently. Call this the new trail. Okay, so we've got 3 new trails here. And we have a memory of these monks getting crushed, which is going to be us crushing them or something. So why don't we read that memory now? Sitting in the middle of the hut, the old man throws powder onto the embers, from which a black flame bursts to darken the room. The flame grows and licks the bare walls, knocking trinkets over and twisting until it takes shape in total darkness. I realize that the shaman hasn't stopped chanting his impure threnody. Shrouded in darkness, I can feel the thing emerge from the last embers as if I were in a lucid dream, and its oily, opaque skin brushes past me as it slips along, the barbs of its tail delicately tearing my shirt. It then disappears through the opening, serving as a fireplace, and the old man collapses. So they're summoning creatures. So what we've got here is another stone, though. So do we now have our 3 stones? 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here? Or is this not the stone? This might not be the stone monolith. Like, this is a large one that's threatening to fall over. And this is a tall monolith. Look at this. They're on a direct. I wonder if the other one is right here. What do you think about that idea? Is that what he's going? 1, 2, 3. Right where it says jungle. Let's try it. Did we just do a memory? Yes, we did. We did. R02 is the monk summoning creature. Okay, so I'm going to go now to H11. H11, we're calling this blind alignment. The trees provide partial protection from the bad weather, but the rain eventually reaches you in the form of large slimy drops, sometimes laden with stinging insects captured from the canopy. You feel as though you are constantly being watched, but the din of the wind hurtling through the trees and the crash of those falling prevent you from making the most of your senses. Suddenly, a few yards away, you hear howls and groans. You approach cautiously and find a patch of ground covered in blood and numerous footprints, a record of recent clash between barefoot men. So this is not a place, and it's the same paragraph we heard before. But is it exactly the same memory? We had an R07. R10 was our recent clash. So now is a different clash, but it looks, sure seems the same. So it's a memory of a recent clash, but it's R7 instead of R8. R8 was our previous recent clash. It does make me think that that wasn't so important, though. The other memory of a recent clash was him saying, "Oh my love, I've longed to hold you." He finds it. I'm going to read R7. I hear them screaming behind me. The arrows whistle by. Don't slip on the river stone or waterfall. The current stronger I dive. Bubbling, the arrows spinning in slow motion leave a trail of bubbles behind them. The current, the rocks, I fall, and then nothing. I feel like we might have read that already. Eight. 9. Did we read R7 already? Hard to know. It's not the same as R8, but it sounds familiar. No, I guess we didn't. Alright, so R8, R7 we read, and this is nothing. Arrows. That was clue 10, read 10. So we have 2 more before we get another chance at trying to solve it again. Alright, and we went here. So we've got 2 locations of monoliths that we found. The new stone is the one that the tribesmen didn't want you to go. Yes, I believe you're right. So this may have been the stone we drew that they didn't want us to go to. I mean, you could say that there's the triangle. Right? We went here hoping that this was the other stone place here. But it makes sense that these are the 3. And maybe this is the east place that he wanted us to go. This isn't quite in the middle though. You look at it, but it's actually here. It's actually 1, 2 below it and 1, 2, 3, 4. This would actually be equidistant on the south trail, which we never went to. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go here because if this triangle idea holds weight, this is not the right place. This is where it should be. And this would be east. Although I suppose if you're saying this isn't it, then any place here could be a good candidate. The question is, this is not our, I don't think this is our stone location. I don't think this is our 3rd stone. This is a monolith. This is like a monolith. This one isn't. So I think we're still looking for a 3rd stone. Now, given this, here's our 3 though, right? So like here he sees the first one, then he pans, he sees one here, and then he pans and he sees another. So now it could be anywhere in here, including here. But now I'm thinking this isn't it. I think I'm gonna look here because I feel like it's possible the trail led to it and they're being killed, so it makes sense. So I'm gonna look up H19. The other reason, sometimes with these games you like don't want to, like, even though the odds are low it's here, I don't want us to miss the opportunity to be clever. And this being in the middle of a triangle, being here would be clever, so I don't want to not go there. All right, looks like it's nothing, but let's read it. The trees provide partial protection from the bad weather. Da, 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 da. Same thing as before. A very recent trail going from west to north makes your progression easier. A recent so we're here. We didn't find the monolith. A recent progression going west to north. I don't know what that means, going west to north. I think it means this path. This path is going west-north. So I think it means this path that we saw from here. I think the game anticipates us ending by picking this location, or the third stone location, which I think is to the east somewhere. And I don't think it's this. But maybe it is. Let's do some more memories that we've got outstanding. R04 was the sacrificial table. That sounds like it could be relevant to our solving this. There she is in the center of the cave. I grab her excitedly. I caress her for a moment, stroking each of her delicate curves. I tear the pulp of my fingers on her small pointed teeth. My blood tenderly slides in her folds before dripping onto the cave floor. Nothing. It doesn't work. Where are you? So this sounds like it's saying it's not the cave. That was 11. So our 12th and final lead was R04. This is cave doesn't work. It's like a blood ritual. You're supposed to hold this thing in the center of the cave, like maybe a stone or whatever, or a statue. And the teeth cut his hands. Blood drips, but she doesn't show up. So this was the wrong place. Well, that's interesting. Where did we see 04? Does that mean that the whole thing about the cave is the wrong place? R12, we had a memory of a cave. Where's my list? Where did I get that from? R4 is the sacrificial table. I think that was in the... was that here in this G19? Is that where it was? Yeah, G19. So this here was where we had the dream of the sacrificial table and the cave and her not being there. I think we were just reading that she's not in the cave. Jonathan Warner says, I think maybe he's looking from a different direction. The smoke and shelter would be western building, if not the village with the sacrificial. He could be going from either direction, but even if he was here, the second place... The first place he sees is the if you read the binoculars, the first place he sees is the plant stone. And the second one he sees another stone, the roof of a shelter, and a plume of white smoke. And then he finds an imposing stone construction stands in a clearing. So the first thing he sees is this one. And then he sees an impressive one in a clearing. The last one he sees, all right, maybe we'll write it down. Okay, from whatever direction he's seeing it, he sees three areas. The first one is clearing, stone with plants. The second one is stone and shelter, roof, white smoke. And the third one is clearing, stone, and an imposing stone construction. So if we look at this map, regardless of where he is and what direction he's looking at, the first one he sees is this one. So if he's going this way, we know this is one here. Is this the second one or the third one? That should be our question. Let's read L11 again. It's the monks in the courtyard. Barracks, chapel, ancient stones standing at the center of the monastery, but leaning toward the plateau. Flames and smoke produced by many fires. So, if this is the first one, and this is not the clearing one, then it means he sees this, then he sees this one, and then he sees another one. That would only be if he was on the peak and it was over here somewhere. Does that make sense? This is the first one, the plants. And then he'd have to be going this way. And this is the second one, the shelter. It's not this one. We were thinking it was this one. We were thinking he was here, seeing first one, then two, then three, but that doesn't make sense now if this is definitely one of them. So that would mean he'd be on the peak. He sees this one first. Then he rotates and sees this one. Then the third one has to be over here somewhere. in this area, right? Because this has to be the stone shelter roof with white smoke. Unless this is the second one. 1, 2, 3. Is this one got a stone? The one we started out in, K16? Let's just remember. Village is deserted. Huts ripped open. Binoculars. No stone. Okay, so Jonathan says, I agree with you about the shelter. So I think he saw from the peak. He sees the first one. He sees the second one. He sees the first one. He sees the second one. That means the next one has to be over here somewhere. But where would it be? In a cave? No, I don't know which one is the cave. I don't know. We haven't gotten any suggestion that there's anything over here. Let's see. Do we still have some memories? We do have a couple memories left. R16. Oh, we're done with our 12. Sorry. We have to make another guess. So we've ended with our second set of 12. It's time for everyone to make their second phase 2 guesses. So get your guesses in. Where do you think? Where would you pick now to act? I guess I'm going to pick D11 now. The monolith here. I really don't think that's the good ending. But I don't know how to pick a place here. It would be totally random. I'd just be guessing a shot in the dark. So Dark Tiger said, I think we had a memory in the village where the villagers were scrambling to keep the stone upright, the one in the plant-covered brick wall. Yes, you're right. Okay, Jonathan says K7. Jonathan. I think you've got an interesting point. They were trying to keep the thing upright, and the one that's threatening to fall over is the one in the western building. That's L11. I'm changing my mind. I like this idea. L11. Anna says, at which location is the evil child? I vote for that. I don't even know anymore where the evil child is. That was a memory that had lots of good stuff. I don't see the memory of the... I don't see the memory of the child. I'm very bothered by the one memory we had that was very clear about the guy saying, go east. That really suggests that there's a place out here. I still think there might be a location hidden in the far east that's good. Yeah, I agree with you. All right, so now we're back. We're going to play through our third playthrough because we are not ready to solve this yet. This is kind of crazy, but it's still early in the evening compared to our normal playthroughs. Let's look at any other memories that we haven't looked up. I believe we looked at the memory of the sacrificial table. That's the cave, doesn't work. So we did that one. R16 is the memory of the monolith. Sure, we looked at that one. No, we didn't. So here is the memory at the monolith place. Says, war paint, red and threatening faces. They're heading east. No, I must stop them. They don't understand anything. I grab the chief's arm. He pushes me away, stretches his arm to the east, and with a look full of mad satisfaction, runs his thumb over his throat, sticking out his tongue before plunging into the jungle. All right, this is pretty huge. This is, again, the suggestion that R16, that the natives going east to kill him or something, to kill us. All right, let's make sure we know where we found R16. I have the note that we found it at D11, but that's not right. Where did we find R16? Does anyone remember where we found R16? Well, this is troubling. I can't find where we saw R16. R06 was the old potatoes. Did I make up R16? Did I write it down when we really shouldn't have had any R16? I don't know where I got R16 from. So, I wish I did. Jonathan says, maybe he pan south, then east. Maybe the binoculars is not one arc. Boy, that would be a terrible clue if that was true. That would be very unpleasant for me. What if we go an equal number of squares due east from the village as the monastery and stone is to the west, if that makes sense? All right, well, let's look here for a second. Here's one of the stone places. Here's the other one. Here's where the village guy met us. He wants to go east. And then see, equal number of spaces due east from the village as the monastery and stone is to the west. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be here. It's a clearing. We tried going here. I do think here's the middle point. I mean, if we think they form a triangle, it does make sense, these two. This would be the one in the middle. Maybe here. Let's try it out for the hell of it. Let's try an eastern far east and see if we get anything. This is H25. H25 is nothing. You feel you're constantly being watched, but the din of the wind blows through the trees. So there's nothing there in H25. I mean, we were thinking even if we didn't hit it, if it was near here, we'd do it. But H25, okay, when he was going like this to the east, maybe he was meaning the place where they were doing the sacrifices on that table. It is to the east of there. So maybe he was bringing us here to be sacrificed. We still haven't found another stone. We're still shooting in the dark. I'm going to try over here at this edge of this H1. H1 is... Okay, well, H1 has a different entry. Let's just read it here. It's nothing, but let's read it. A strong smell of silt fills the air. The river overlaps the tree roots here and there. On several occasions, you glimpse a shark's fin. You recall tales of explorers who lost their leg to a female shark, exhausted and tangled in roots, trying to survive after laying its eggs. Fever, delirium, or reality. You aim to reach drier land so you can stay clear of slippery roots. All right, so we went there and we saw nothing. It's clear we're just sort of getting frustrated here. Okay, I think Jonathan had a good idea. Jonathan says, I'm for checking out the paths are left in the east we have not explored. Not all memories read that they are tied directly to the locations that jog them. I agree with the reading locations, and I think furthermore we should go to locations not just on the east but in the west, because I still think there's a western stone somewhere. So we're told about an old path here. So let's go to this place. I-7. Let's see. Let's go on our paths that we didn't go on. I-7 says, the trees provide partial protection from the bad weather, but the rain eventually reaches you in the form of large slimy drops, sometimes laden with stinging insects captured from the canopy. You feel as though you're constantly being watched, but the din of wind hurtling through the trees and the crash of those falling prevent you from making the most of your senses. An old, seldom used trail going from north to east makes your progression easier. So we're here, and it said a path going north to east. I mean, I think it's just talking about this path. What does that mean, a path going north to east? Yeah, how are we supposed to understand that? Going north to east. Does that mean we should go northeast? It's really confusing. So we went on I-7. Path going north to east. North to east. What does that mean, going north to east? Dan C says, I think that means northwest to southeast. This way, you think? Northwest would be meaning it's coming this way. So we could go this way. I'm just gonna... All right, let's look up let's look up another trail that we didn't follow here. We got a mention of tracks. Let's follow that one. We got tracks in J21. Let's go there. J21 says... Ugh, ridiculous. You discern the distant sound of the river. The trees provide partial protection from the bad weather, but the rain eventually reaches you in the form of large slimy drops, sometimes laden with stinging insects captured from the canopy. You feel as though you're constantly being watched, but the din of the wind hurtling through the trees and the crash of those falling prevent you from making the most of your senses. So nothing, this one doesn't even say their paths. That was here, and we got wind that there was tracks when we were here. So let's try this southeast trail here, which is H20. I suppose we should record that at 3 we went to J21. Nothing. Now we're going to go on this trail here, which is H20. So let's mark it. This is a good time for you in the chat to figure out how to solve this without cheating, obviously. H20. Okay, at least we got something here. You feel, so where did we go? We went here, following one of the random trails from this village. We went on the southeast trail. The one trail we didn't go on. We went to there, here. Okay, so now we went on the southeast trail. You feel your stomach tighten as you visualize the source of the subtle yet atrocious smell of burnt fat that has been accompanying you for a while now. At the center of the clearing stands a strange monolith. Whose blackened top protrudes from a gang of carbonized humanoid bodies. R15. So we found the last monolith. And it was right next to the others. Let's when we look at it on the map, we're going to see that it was very close to the triangulation. Let's see though. At the center of the clearing stands a strange monolith whose blackened top protrudes from a gang of carbonized humanoid bodies, R15 memory, which are partly liquefied and seem to be clinging to it, almost as if they were trying to prevent it from pointing to the west. At the center of the clearing is a large monolith. Its top is blackened, protrudes from the gang, G-A-N-G-U-E. Can someone look up that word? Gangi? It's like a gunk, a whole pile of carbonized humanoid bodies, which are partly liquefied and seem to be clinging to it, almost as if they were trying to prevent it from pointing to the west. I think they're saying it's like it's going to fall over, and they're like keeping it from falling, something like that. Let's read our memory, but let's look at this, where this was. Okay, so here was our stone, our third stone. So it is confusing. Our binoculars, so we have our three stones now. There's 1, 2, 3. So I will note that this is on the midline between the other two, which is why we thought it might be here. We went here, we thought it might be here. We checked here, there was nothing here. But it was here on this midline. But we went here and saw nothing. We went here and saw nothing, and we went here, and there's this big clearing with a giant monolith. It is halfway between these two, and where do you think he saw it then? Maybe he was from his airplane, saw it, but these are the three he saw from wherever he was. But here's our third monolith. Let's have that memory, R15, before we start talking. R15, here's the memory he has. Oh, my little one, how I love you. The child is chained to the stone. I saved you from the violence of men. The women place wood at the foot of the stone. I've been able to protect you all this time. As the women of the tribe start a lustful dance and rub against each other, men clash violently. The shaman crosses the moving mass and lights the fire. Oh, my love. Well, so we did triangulate, it's just, and then we did look here thinking that that was a good location for the triangulation. It just turned out to be here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 1. It's not really, well, I suppose you could. It looks a little long to me. Let's just for the hell of it, I'm going to calculate the distance here and measure it and see if it's exactly equally distant. Can I just point out that if it was in an equilateral triangle between these two stone places, then that would be between here and here, okay? And if you do that here, you get the location we checked where it wasn't, or here, or here. And again, here the location we checked where it wasn't. So it's a little, the southeast place where it is further. So it's not an equilateral triangle. Equilateral triangle was the place we visited, or the jungles. All right, that's a little bit of a, is the goddess in the middle of the triangle, is what Anna says. My guess is it's this location, but Anna has a very interesting idea. Well, okay, this is the midline. This one is not right anymore. This one. So if you wanted to guess a location in the middle, you might guess here or here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, or maybe here. But maybe here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, no, 4. Somewhere in here would be the midpoint. I think we need to reread the memory with the hole in the ground under the monolith. All right, let's do it. Let's find, I think we're ready. I'm ready to guess that it's that monolith, but I do like the idea of checking in the middle first. Okay, where do we think we saw the cave? The thing is, it was a cave, but then she didn't come. So like R4 was the memory of the cave that she wasn't there. R4 says, there she is in the center of the cave. I grab her excitedly. I caress her for a moment, stroking each of her delicate curves. I tear the pulp of my fingers on her small pointed teeth. My blood tenderly slides in her folds before dripping onto the cave floor. Nothing. It doesn't work. Where are you? That's creepy. And then where was the whole thing about the cave was he pushes aside the monolith. So that would suggest it's one of the stones that he pushes aside to be a cave. I don't think there's going to be anything in the center here. I think it's going to be one of these 3 monolith locations that we have to pick. Though I don't know how to decide which one, but let's look in the center. Let's look in the center. So I have H, 14, 15, or 16. Let's just look at those. Okay, here we go. So starting at the left one is H14, which is, sorry, let's do this way. So H14 is nothing. It just says, well, let's read it because maybe it's a clue. Last time we played, Gregory Pravat said, all those places you said were nothing were actually important clues in one of our cases. So I don't want to get accused of skipping over stuff. High humidity pervades the area and smooth, heady little wisps of smoke escape from the earth. Maybe that's a clue that there's a cave. The trees provide partial protection from the bad weather, but rain eventually reaches you in the form of large, what kind of drops? Slimy drops. Sometimes laden with what? Stinging insects. Captured from where? The canopy. You feel as though you are constantly being watched, but the din of the wind hurtling through the trees and the crash of those falling prevent you from making the most of your senses. But now, look at what H15 says, right in the middle of the triangulation. Despite the suffocating humidity, you feel a metallic-like vibration as you enter the small, misty clearing. Or rather, this plant-covered cave. Although there are no trees growing in this circular glade, roughly 20 yards in diameter, those that stand on its periphery extend as if to hide this area from the eyes of the ancient gods. R17. So we found the one location we've been looking for that required us to figure something out. H15 says R17, Ancient Gods Cave. I think we know what our answer is going to be. Among the bare footprints left here and there, you spot yours, which lead between a few stunted shrubs to a flat stone, partially covering a dark cavity from which escapes a heady smell. Okay. And then confirming 16 is nothing. So let us put a red dot on that location to mark it as special. I'll put a dot on the place next to it. I'll just check to make sure that's got nothing. All right, I think we know how we're gonna answer this game. But let's read up R17, the Ancient Gods entry. It says, concern. Crawling without being seen, lying in the fresh mud, a centipede swarming vermin. Must focus, an old gate opens. An ancient Spanish mission? A monk limps out, soon followed by his brothers. The robes of their smocks struggle to hide their malformations. This is that cult down on at the Western Building. Vermin, sick. They're all sick. What about me? The centipede crawls over my face. Vermin. Okay, so that's the entry there. All right, so I think we're ready to solve it. I can't say I really understand it, but I know that this is important, that we found it hidden in the jungle. So I think if you pick any of these three, it's a bad ending. You pick here, we're going to get something. I'm just going to quickly, before we solve it, look up these places here, C18 through 21, to make sure there's not something interesting there. No, there's nothing there. They're just all pointing to the peak on this mountain. So all of these locations just say the same thing. They say you can look over here. All right. So let's take a break and then we'll go read the solution and we'll talk about it a bit. I think there's going to be some griping at the end of this one, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we are back. We're about ready to go to the end of this to have an intervention. Let's recap what's been going on here. It's a little craziness, but we woke up on the bank of this river with a gun and one bullet. We traveled around and we had little flashbacks. The picture that gets painted is that we're drawn to this jungle area, possessed by some virus in our brain, some thought in our brain that we have to meet up with this demon spirit lover of ours that's on the island. And the flashbacks entail our search for this spirit demon lover of ours. And in one of them, the village elder, we point to the stone that we're looking for, this stone monolith thing. And the village elder is like, I'm going to take you to here, the sacrifice place where I'm going to kill you or something. And then we had some flashback memories of monks in this evil cult that summons demons down here. We flew in on a plane that crashed in the jungle. And then here is a very peaceful monolith covered in plants. And we saw an early clue that seemed quite important of seeing binoculars and seeing these 3 stone locations. And just to revisit, because this was sort of drove us quite a bit, in the binocular we see 3 stone areas in order. We see the plant one, which is here. We see a stone shelter with white smoke. And then we see a clearing, which we believe is this one. So this one first, then this one, then this one. Now, that order kills off, I believe, if that order is correct, kills off one of the big clues that I thought we had, which was that the person is panning with the binoculars and looking at the 3 things, because that's basically the only order where that wouldn't work. No matter whether they're at the peak or at the hut where the binoculars were found, there's no good order that goes 1, 2, 3. So that seems to have not been a clue. Unless I misunderstand which stone clearing is which. But anyway, we find the 3 monoliths, which seem to have something to do with keeping this demon in place or whatever. We had some hallucinations of us saving a child, the demon lover's child. We had a hallucination of us going into the cave and getting our fingers cut on the statue and nothing happening. And Jonathan says, I don't think the monks are evil. Are you kidding? They were all vermin, mutated, and they were bringing dark creatures with scales and teeth and sharp knives for skin out of the black smoke. You're crazy. You don't think those are evil. But eventually what happened is that we found these 3 stone monoliths here, here, and here. And based on some memory of us, of things being in alignment, whatever, Anna Maria was the one hot on telling us, and Dan as well, was like, let's see if we can find a triangulation or a place. And we actually tried to use that to find the 3rd stone place, which we had a very hard time finding. We thought maybe they're in a line, so we checked here. Maybe they're in a line, so we checked down here. But once we had these 3, we went to this place right in the middle of this triangle. And here is the cave of the old gods. So we think that we're supposed to go here for the ending. But one thing that we're very unsure about is, I've been thinking, like, do we want to bring him to the cave where this demon creature is? Because that will fulfill his evil mission. But Dan C. had a very interesting point, which I hadn't considered. All the flashbacks seem to suggest that we're on this evil quest, that we're obsessed by this demon lover creature, whatever, that's in our mind. But what Dan said was that was our old self before we woke up on this shore. Our old self was completely obsessed with getting this demon creature, but we now, having woken up, don't seem to be in her grasp. we seem to be wandering around not possessed. So that's more convincing to me that if we find the location where the demon is, or the creature, remember this is H.P. Lovecraft, these aren't demons, supernatural. These are sort of sci-fi horrors. So if we find where this ancient old one is that's possessed our mind, then we can kill it because we don't seem to be obsessed with it anymore. So, all things considered, I feel very comfortable about going into this old one's cave and trying to kill this old one. I'm a little concerned that we're going to try to kill an old one with one bullet and a metal crowbar. That seems unlikely, to be honest. But maybe we're going to call in help from the gunboat. I will point out that once again in this game, it doesn't say anything about on what basis we pick our final place. Are we going there to look in there? Hey, is it knock knock? Is there a creature in here, or is Cthulhu living in this cave, or are we picking this location to firebomb from the sky, or shoot with the gunship? I don't know, but I do know that we worked hard to find this location, so surely that's what we're picking. So, anything I have left out? Does any one of the three of us want to pick a different location than here in the cave? I feel like the game is going to have entries for if you go to this monolith, or this monolith, or this monolith. So I feel like these might have interesting stories, maybe partial victories, but this is going to be the real one. And I wonder if there's a location, other locations where that extra tribe member with the jewelry glass live. Like, it'd be curious at the end to see if there's some cool locations here that we didn't stumble across. All right. Jonathan doesn't think the monks are evil. Jonathan, why don't you pick this place then? Pick this monolith where the mutated monks summoning up devilish, sharp razored creatures from the black smoke are, if you think that's a safe place to go. The crowbar could be used to topple one of the monoliths. Yes, that's a good point. One of our memories is the tribal elders trying to topple the monolith. It does make you wonder if it would be completely believable that picking the cave is going to cause the end of the world. Like, if picking the cave caused the end of the world, I wouldn't be like, well, we didn't know. I'd be like, yeah, well, we kind of knew there was an end of world creature in there. Drunk Tiger is sticking with P7. What? No. Anna's picking the cave with me and end the world. It will be very Lovecraftian, yes. Okay, Drunk Tiger, you're not picking P7. Drunk Tiger's just like leaving the map, getting off the map. Let's see, let's see if Jonathan is gonna pick the monk place. This is Jonestown. The monks live in Jonestown. They've established a cult here by the airport where they're conducting their evil rituals. Anna and I are picking this cave. This is a little compelling. Sounded like this is the one that you could tip over with the crowbar. So this could have an ending. The monk ending could be if you have the crowbar, you can tip it over. All right, Jonathan is going to the monastery. And Jonathan, are you going to try to tip it over with the crowbar, or are you going to try to have some fun, have a party with the monks? All right, Jonathan's going here with the monks. Anna and I are going to the cave, and Drunk Tiger and Dan C is going to the cave, and Drunk Tiger is going fishing. Unless last chance Drunk Tiger doesn't want to go and visit the sacrificial monolith, which could be where you go to commit suicide. All right, so last chance, and Brian from Game Brigade just walked in at the end. Brian, you can pick a location here too. I think we might have led to the monks getting killed. Yeah, I think we killed everyone on this island, but I think they were evil. I think we just, went crazy, but I don't think there's any good people on this island. All right, Brian is going into the cave with us here. All right, here we go. So when we're ready, we pick one and only location, unlike 3 in the rules. Now we're going to go to the end and pick our location. Okay, so let's write it down so it's official. All right, so it's H15 is the cave where a bunch of us are going, and then L11 is the monastery where Jonathan is going, and then the other monoliths, let's just write down so we can read them, are at D11, L11, and H20. And these are the monoliths. Okay, here we go. First, we're reading the cave. Let's use our blocker here so we don't read anything we're not supposed to. All right, cave first. Remember, the game rules say 7 points is the supreme thing. Between the shrubs, I find the flat stone that I firmly pushed to the side. I must hurry. The soldiers aren't far off. I look up to the sky. The stars and stones are now aligned. As the storm rages, the clearing is calm and unspoiled. Oh, my goddess, here I am again. My sweet, my terrible love, I'll be yours, finally, all these years, meeting you only in my dreams. I can smell your heavy and sweet smell. The statuette is still there. I smile once again. I grasp her. Trembling, I tear the pulp of my fingers on the sharp teeth of your belly and hands. My blood flows down the folds of your fat and languid body. I cover your curves with my blood as I call your name. Oh, my sweet fat goddess, I can feel you getting closer. I can feel you getting bigger and filling yourself with all that the stones have swallowed to feed you. The space becomes blurry, and your shape replaces it. I can smell your sweet taste in the air I breathe. He's here, the soldiers. I have to slow them down. I shoot. It has already started. There's nothing they can do now. You are here, all around me. I lose myself in the folds of your body. I can hardly breathe. I exult in happiness. Oh, my love, finally we're together. You stand up with all your weight, and we dominate the jungle and its surroundings. I laugh and cry with joy as you crush the soldiers. Oh, my love, my goddess, the happiness of being you, in you, and with you, overwhelms me as your saps devour my flesh. I love you. 7 points. So this was the ultimate at best ending. We brought about the end of this island world by bringing this creature out. And that's what we were meant to do. It is the best ending. 7 points. Maybe they all have 7 points. Perfect victory. We brought about the end of the world. Okay, let's see what happened to Jonathan at the monastery, L11. The storm is upon me. The chapel. I rush inside to find shelter from the wind and the pouring rain. I finally have some peace. I come closer to the black virgin who offers me her arms. The virgin, simulacrum. I, me, remember how thin and weak she is. Oh, not like you, my love, my goddess, my love. The stars. Oh, how I failed you. There may still be time to free you. I rush to the door, which shatters at the last moment. Soldiers and American agents. I draw my gun and shoot one down. Oh my goddess, give me strength. The guns point in my direction. Shoot him before it's too late. 0 points. Okay, let's look at what are some of the other monoliths. There was one at D11. I contemplate the stone's curves, how round it is, like I remember. Oh my goddess, my love, how I failed you. All this time wasted. It's too late to wake you up. The stars are no longer aligned. What a despicable servant I've been. I draw my gun and bury its barrel in my mouth. My ultimate thought is for you, my goddess. Killed himself. 0 points. And then H20, which is here. This is the other monastery, the other monolith. The clearing looks empty. I move forward cautiously, holding my weapon. I won't run from you anymore. Pain, an arrow in the leg. I turn around, kneeling on the ground. I point my gun, and the savage falls to the ground. Pain, another arrow. So the tribal people have got us now. I feel the universe revolving around me. I remember, oh my love, my goddess, you were so close. I collapse. The heat on my back wakes me up. I'm on the stone. The savages are around me, eating. I can't move. It's me they're devouring. Shots, rifles, submachine guns. The natives are swarming around me. Agent Duncan, we found him. He's here. Well, what's left of him? A man comes into my field of vision and looks me up and down. He points his gun toward me. She's not coming. So we were Agent Duncan from the previous case. And apparently we went crazy and went to this island and set free one of the old ones. And here in H20, we found out that's who we were. And the person came and said, that goddess you're hoping for, she's not coming, and shot us in the head. So it looks like there are a couple more entries here for the village. They're just various ways. Agent Duncan, these are exactly the same, these two. Or yeah, they look like they're the same. Agent Duncan, we found him, she's not coming. Case 16 was the huts. So if you pick the huts, I rush toward the center of the village as the wind wreaks havoc and the rain pours down. Please don't be the insects up from the canopy. Men in combat uniform point their weapons at the natives lying on the ground, their hands tied behind their backs. One of them raises his head in my direction and smiles at me. Why? Never mind, I'm saved. I'm going to leave this hell. Why are you pointing your guns at me? I must be unrecognizable. I throw my hands in the air. The soldiers pin me down. He's under control. Agent Duncan. Flat on my face, I see 3 individuals in bush clothing coming toward me from a corner of my eye. He's in a sorry state, but it's him all right. Do you think he managed to do it? No, we'd know if she was here. Her, I remember, my love, my tender goddess, my mistress, how I failed you. I implore your name, my goddess, help me. Damn it, shut him up. A soldier lifts the butt of his rifle and strikes violently. 0 points. So, everything was 0 points except the place we went, which got us a perfect score of 7, which unleashed the end of the world. And the BOI lost. But as Anna said, it was very H.P. Lovecraft-like. Okay, let us read our solution now. You may have found out eventually in this investigation you are not a government agent, but the worshipper of a terrible goddess whose return to Earth you seek to hasten. The Mask of Nyarlathotep, an avatar of Shub-Niggurath, or the previously known Great Old Ones. The story does not tell us. But in case you have not already done so, let us put your memories back in their correct order so that we can determine what happened before you arrived. R0 and R1. You meet your fellow villagers for the first time who, like you, worship the goddess and the Great Old Ones. From the top of the mountain, you observe the jungle using your binoculars. When you spot the cursed stones, A monastery stands where one would expect a third stone. So it is saying that we were using our binoculars from the peak. But we didn't see them in order, we just looked around and saw them. Okay, you spy on the sick monks who protect the stone despite its evil influence. By traveling to the center of the triangle formed by the stones, you find the cave before locating the other stones at R5, R6, and R13, where you also discover the village whose inhabitants, corrupted by the stone, have become cannibals. Back at the worshippers' village, the shaman summons a night gaunt who will help you attack the monastery and straighten the stone standing there. Oh, maybe that was what Jonathan was saying. Maybe it's the villagers who summon a night gaunt, not the sick monks. But they protect the stone despite its evil influence. Okay. In the center of the cave, you sacrifice your blood by spilling it on an obscene idol, but that is not enough. This is what we did in our memories. Somehow that wasn't enough that we spilled our blood. So what did we do differently now? Back to the village, you explain to the villagers that the stone must be consecrated through a sacrifice, but the shaman insists on going in the opposite direction. We remember those clues. The village prepares for war and moves east despite your efforts. An attack on the cannibal village that ends with the capture of a young child. The child is sacrificed on the monastery stone, which reactivates the ladder. As you rush to summon your goddess, you are attacked by the survivors of the cannibals' village who force you to flee to the waterfalls. You know what happens next. To follow the awakening of another entity, and if you enjoyed the ungodly rites around the standing stones, read the Call of Cthulhu, whose swamp rituals inspired those of this investigation. And if you are attracted to depraved worshippers, you will enjoy Dunwich horror. All right, so that was the child we saw, was a child who was sacrificed. All right, so whether there are any other important places we didn't read, I don't know, but that's the end of the story. So here's what we'll do. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll give our thoughts on this case. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back to give our final thoughts about Case 5, the final case from Bureau of Investigation. I'm curious what the channel thinks about this game. Let's take a look at our map here. So I'm going to take a page from Jonathan's book and talk about pros and cons. First of all, I will note that this is the quickest game we played of all 5 by pretty large margin. It's 3:30 a.m. We've been playing for 4.5 hours almost. That's several hours shorter than any of the other cases. Let me give the positives first. The real positive here, the one that I think is important, is it's a totally new mechanic of exploring this area. And the idea that you can go anywhere. And it's fun to explore this area and sort of fill it out and get a better picture of what's going on here. And the other mechanic here that was kind of cool is, in addition to exploring the area, you're exploring your past memories. So things jog your memory and you read about a remembered thing for when you ended up in the jungle. And it is another H.P. Lovecraft story. It feels sort of full of dread and madness and confusion and sort of feverish actions, and bleak, and the old ones are going to win in the end. So I think if you think of this from an artistic perspective of trying something new, it's quite admirable that Gregory Pravadas tried a completely different mechanic in this last case. In fact, there's been 4 different mechanics throughout this game of this box of 5 games. There have been 4 different mechanics, and it's quite impressive to make it work. So from a game design perspective, from someone trying new stuff and being interesting, I think very cool that he's tried that. But I think I have a lot of criticisms of this actual game experience, more than the other 4. We're just going to focus on reviewing this case full of spoilers now, and then I'll record a separate review, spoiler-free, and maybe a separate one with spoilers of the case later on in the week. But let's talk about some of the issues here. I think all of these stories, to my mind, are compelling enough. I like this world of madness and not being able to understand completely what's going on. But this really is basically a random choose-your-own-adventure with one puzzle with one piece of deduction going on. There is essentially only one thing to figure out in this game, and that is to figure out that when you discover these 3 monoliths, that you should probably go to the place in the center. And we did figure that out, but I think that was the one thing to figure out. Everything else we were trying to put together. There was a little clue about binoculars, but it turned out not to be a real puzzle. It was just saying that there were 3 places. I thought it was going to be a clever clue that if you go from left to right or right to left, you see these things. It might be a clue to where it is, but essentially there is only one tiny little deductive puzzle here. And that's picking the center of this triangle. And furthermore, I think we picked it just based on the meta strategy of it's obviously important that we figured out that was where to go, but with no real understanding of why that would be the solution to this case. Like, we understood pieces of this puzzle, but this game gave us no hint about whether we were trying to stop the end of the world or cause the end of the world. Are we trying to help this guy get to this goddess or prevent him? It does exactly what we've complained about in previous cases in terms of there not being any setup before you answer the game. Like, there's not even one paragraph saying, hey, when you're ready to stop the threat, the way the rules explain, you stop the threat, go to these 3 places. Instead, the game says when you want to take an action, go here. And you could see people playing this game saying, I don't want to bring about the end of the world, so I picked one of the other places that wouldn't bring about the end of the world. So if you understood the story completely, if somehow you completely understood the story and you completely understood that the cave was going to bring about the end of the world and this creature, even though one of the memories said he went to the cave and nothing happened, but even if you understood it completely, you would be well within your rights saying, I'm not going to go there. Obviously, I wouldn't go there and end the world. I'm part of Bureau of Investigation. So that's kind of bizarre. But if the game rules said bring about the end of the world, then that would be fine if it told you that. But I think you could argue that Gregory was not aiming for a pure Sherlock Holmes consulting detective experience here. This box of games is not about pure deduction, induction, figuring things out. It's much more about an experience. And so you could say that his vision was to confuse you in this case and send you off. You think you're succeeding, but you're bringing about the end of the world. So maybe you could make that case. But it was a shame that there's no real things for us to figure out. It's basically just exploring, getting pieces of a story, and then doing this one puzzle. And then if you didn't figure out this one puzzle, you just get 0 points. Now, we took at least 3 passes past our 12 points. So we spent about 36 leads. And as Dan C. points out, 12 leads was kind of crazy. And I think this, again, is part of, I think Gregory Pravat had a vision here, but the vision was not to give you a reasonable chance of winning. The idea that you could solve this case in 12 leads seems pretty near impossible to me. I don't see how you find this location in 12 leads. 12 leads from the peak, and you could have gone right to the peak and then you'd get 12 more from there. The solution says you figured this out without ever going to these places, which seems bizarre to me. And I'll point out that it feels to me like this is not, this point here was not equidistant. Remember, I did a map. This is the location of the third stone, and I did a thing. I said, well, is it an equilateral triangle? That would make the most sense. So here's the center point to center point. So if you go to the center point here, you don't get where the third stone is. That would be here. This would be an equilateral triangle to this point, not to this point. And to me, this is one of the very weird things about this game that I would consider sort of unfair. And I would say this is a real criticism. It's not just that this location of the stones wasn't at the equilateral triangle. Okay, that's fine. It wasn't just that the key feature of this game was finding these three locations of stones and then figuring out that the end solution was going to be in the middle. Now, once you find three stones that are roughly equidistant, then I think concluding that maybe you should look in the center makes a lot of sense, and that was pleasing. But if this is the entire puzzle of this entire game, it seems to me that you want to reward people for being smart about locating these three stones. So it's a little weird to me that the binocular clues seem to be illogical or not be a clue there. But here was the other thing that was really frustrating. We very early got to this village and we found three trails going off it. And we went to these three trails quite early, right? So here's where we ended up in the village. We got a clue about that. And we were told there are these four paths, 1, 2, 3, 4. One to the east, one to the north, one to the south, one to the southeast. We just so happened to not pick the southeast one right away. We went to these three first. If we had gone to the southeast, we would have stumbled right upon the monolith. Now here's the bizarre thing. This I really think is a I don't know, I don't want to say a misunderstanding, but a sort of a violation of the rules of adventure games and this kind of thing. We went to this place and it said, there's a path west-east. Then we went here and it said, there's a path west-east. And we were like, does that mean it wants us to keep going, or is it telling us it's a dead end? We kind of concluded it was a dead end. Then we went to this one and it said a similar thing. We're like, is it telling us it's continuing up and we should think about going up? Or is it telling it's a dead end? Then we concluded, once we happened upon this idea that maybe the stones were in order, we picked this location. Now this is, to my mind, the equilateral triangle. This, by all rights, should be where the monolith is. Now, you don't have to put the monolith here. You can put it here. But the idea that we went all around it and didn't see a single mention of like a path, a trail that would point us to here. Like, this is a big giant open clearing with the monolith. The fact that we went all around it and didn't get a hint of it, that's just bizarre to me. I don't understand. It's like loading up randomness on randomness. You don't want it to be a complete shot in the dark. You want there to be some pointing. Things have to be gradual. You want some pointing to the clue. And if we figured out that the monolith, if this is where the monolith probably is, then when you go to H19, let's see if I'm wrong. I feel like there are big parts of this map we never went to either. H19 says, you feel like you're constantly being watched. A very recent trail going from west to north makes your progression earlier. We didn't even, this comment about west to north, that didn't even make sense to us. Going west to north. That doesn't make sense, does it? So, very, very weird and very random. And I don't think any of this was like a choose your own adventure. I don't think there was any logic to picking any of these places to go explore, except for the final one, which was a puzzle. Everything else was just complete random exploration and get filled in on a little bit of the story. It was kind of a cool story, but I don't see how there's any logic to figuring to getting the information you need. And the idea that you could do it in 12 leads seems insane to me. So there's that. What else have I written down? Any other thoughts from anyone else? I'll point out something else that was a little weird to me. So as far as understanding the story, the idea that you would somehow know that there was one of the weird, confusing parts is that it describes him being in the cave, touching this statue and getting cut up in the blood and it not working. The end solution tells us that the reason it didn't work is because it needed a sacrifice. Even though these people have been cannibals and sacrificing people for decades from everything we've seen, somehow they needed another sacrifice, maybe of a child. And somehow you had to make that leap that we came out of the village and told the guy that you needed extra sacrifice to make this thing work. That was not explained. And so the only clue we had, after reading 3 times, 4 times as many leads as we should, the only real clue we had about going into the cave was that it didn't work. So that was odd, that we should somehow think that it was going to work if we go in there again. But it was the best, it was the only deduction in the whole game we made, so that's why we were going there. And another thing that was frustrating is that prior to guessing our answer, I was saying, if we go back in this cave, we're going to create the end of the world. Anna was saying, yes, but that would be a fitting ending. And Dan C. had an interesting point. He said, yeah, but that was our past personality. Like, it was clear when we arrived on the plane, we were totally obsessed with getting this goddess. And Dan C.'s point really won me over to saying, like, well, somehow we were completely obsessed and possessed trying to free this person. But when we took control of this person, it seemed like we weren't. So Dan sort of convinced me that, yeah, now we're the good guys and we're going to put a stop to this. So it was weird when we went into the cave, we were suddenly possessed again. That was a sort of disconnect in conclusion. There was also something else that I think was really weird, which was that the beginning of the game says, hey, you can go any place you want on the map, even if it's not mentioned in the text. Now it's clear that has one and only one purpose, and that's for the end game, picking this location. But you're really not meant to do it any other time. And every other time we did it, we got into useless trouble. We thought, well, there's this mention of this place off to the east, so we tried to guess places to the east, and we tried to guess up here, which gave us not useful information. So it's kind of like it was a bad thing to believe until the end. And I almost think the game would have been better if it said, you can't go to places not mentioned. And then the end paragraph, when you're ready to solve it, says, now pick any location on the grid. So I think that would have been a better strategy. If the game said, you can only go to locations mentioned. When you're ready to solve the case, pick any location on the grid. To me, that would have made a lot more sense. It would mean you couldn't blindly pick places, and that this last location you could never visit during the game. You just have to figure out, and then put more clues that you have the list of that you're trying to find the location of the cave. I think if the clues suggested more clearly that you're trying to find the location of the cave, and that wasn't a place you could visit, would have made it a lot more interesting. It would have mean you wouldn't blindly go into places not mentioned. And it would mean at the end, you'd have to figure out for yourself that, yeah, the cave is probably here, and you couldn't get confirmation. For us, when we got to the end of the game and we visited this place and we were told the cave was there, that wrapped it all up for us. As far as we were concerned, that's it. That's the end location, and we were right. And if you had just made you so you couldn't visit that place, I think that would have been a much more tense ending, a more edge of your seat ending, that you'd have to pick this place that you never were. I think that would have been nice. Okay, here's another odd criticism, odd point. When we played the other cases, Jonathan said something interesting. He said, we're talking about reviewing this box set, which I still feel very positively about. I would definitely recommend. You'll have to watch my review for that. But Jonathan said, there's a little through line of child abuse in these cases that might bother some people. And it was very odd that this case wrapped up at the very end with yet another little child abuse, child sacrifice part of the story. It's sort of odd that we saw it in every case. I believe every case has a child abduction, murder, abuse. Only in the third case can you save that person. I believe that's right. And in case 2, it might have just been mentioned on as an aside. But it's weird that it has nothing to do with this story until the very end, where we're told it's a child sacrifice that does it. Now, I don't remember H.P. Lovecraft stories being big on child. It wouldn't be surprising if there was some child sacrifice in H.P. Lovecraft. And I mean, it is horror and madness, and that's a good topic to drive you mad and fill you with horror. So it doesn't trigger anything in me. It does make it a depressing, bleak world, but it is a little bit, it feels like first of all, if that's a sensitive area for you, I think maybe this is a box to avoid, and we can talk about that. But it is a little odd that it's come up a lot. And that it was so unnecessary in this case. Yeah. Let's look at the chat a little bit more. Brian rates it a 2.5 out of 5. Anna says, the only really good case for me was the last one, case 4. I maybe liked case 2, but first was just man. Case 3 was no thanks. John says, the rule about going in unlisted locations just to facilitate the one puzzle is my main criticism. And Anna is agreeing about the child abuse stuff. Dan says, I agree with all. My main criticism is just confusing story and unclear goals. I mean, I still think the mechanic is fun, and overall, I do like. I mean, I'm not a Lovecraft super fan, but I do have to say that the theme of madness is very compelling for me. So I'm very friendly to a story where a person in it is going mad and it doesn't have a great grasp of reality. So to the extent that each of these games has a piece of that, and that you're a little frustrated trying to understand it because the person is not rational, is appealing to me. So I'm more friendly to that than perhaps some of you are. And I do think as an experience, as an experiment, it's very cool. I just think that as a mystery game where you're supposed to solve a mystery, it falls kind of short. And of all of the cases, this one feels most like a random choose your own adventure. Drunk Tiger says this case felt below the others. Jonathan says, overall, I feel we just really did not sync up with the designer vision with this case. Yeah, I mean, I guess, I do feel like we had to read 3 times the many clues. The one thing I really challenge a group to only do 12 leads and come out of this solving it or feeling like they have any understanding of it. So it would be nice to hear from Gregory what the logic, what the basis of choosing 12 leads are. On what basis was the number 12 picked? It's hard to imagine reading 12 leads. And I think this confirms our other theory about how you can't just guess. Although you could see, so we should say, if you played this game and after 12 guessed, you could see how you wouldn't accidentally guess the right answer, right? So our reason for saying you can't pick try to answer it and get it wrong and replay it was the fear that you might get it right for the wrong reason. That, I guess the important thing is that won't happen to you here. If you played it with 12 leads, you might guess the village because you see nothing. And then you discover one of the monoliths, so you guess that, and you get to the end and you're wrong. And you guess this monolith. You play it again, you get this one, you're wrong. You play it again, you finally find this one, you're wrong. Then maybe on your 3rd playthrough, you figure, okay, it's not this one, it's not this one, it's not this one. Then you figure out it's here. So if there's one silver lining in the 12 lead limit for this case, it's that you're not going to accidentally get the right answer, which is the fear we had from previous cases. Now, Dancy makes an interesting point here. He said, if you just did 12 guesses, it would take you 25 minutes. It is a little odd that Gregory Pravat, in the thread discussing the time limits for the cases, lists this case, if I'm remembering right, at like 4 to 6 hours, significantly longer than case 1 and 2. And I don't see how that's possible. I really don't see how you read only 12 leads and it to take you 4 to 6 hours. That confuses me. Did we not understand the 12-hour thing? No, I think we did. Another criticism, we've got a lot of criticisms for this case. Another criticism for this case was all the repeated text. Now, that was part of the price to pay to have entries for every single location on this grid. There are hundreds of locations, and it seems like all of them had entries. It's just most of them were repeat entries about the stick insects on the canopy, the stinging insects, but it got a little bit tiring, and mostly that was because we were going to places that weren't mentioned on the grid, and because those paths didn't go anywhere and were so confusingly written in terms of which direction they pointed. That was like a triple miss. It was a miss that they didn't go anywhere. It was a miss that they didn't point when you were right next to an important place. It was a miss that they were so confusing in describing what they were. It was a miss in not being clear about whether you should continue on this path. That's just weird. Jonathan says, I did enjoy when we were trying to keep going down paths and skipping space to see if a path went somewhere, but it sort of felt like we were in the Blair Witch Project running around the woods. Drunk Tiger says, can we look through to see if there are options for getting more leads? Okay, let's look. So let's quickly go through the thing. Let's look at the A's. The A's look like they're all the same. Nothing to see there. At the B's, sorry, let's do it this way. So I looked at the A's, top of the map. There's nothing to see there, basically. At the B's, it's trees and stinging insects. I don't see anything important B's. Some of the B's point you to the peak that the beginning of the game pointed you to. Other than that, I don't see anything in the B's. In the C's, we get our peak, which when you go there explains the basic rules of the game and the time limit. If you played this again and didn't go to the peak, you would have no time limit. That's weird, right? Like if you gave someone this game to play and say, hey, don't go to the peak, don't go to C6, then you'd play the game and you'd have no time limit. I think this reflects Gregory's sort of laissez-faire approach to this game, where like, you might go there on your first action and then you'll not have a chance in hell of solving it in 12 turns. Or if you decide not to go to the peak till the end of the game, you'll have an infinite amount of turns. It's like a choose your own adventure. It's not as controlled a game. It's more like give people an experience that could go in very different directions based on your group. Okay, the rest of the C's don't look like anything. They're just repeats pointing you to the peak. D's are... There's D11, that was with the monolith. D12, if you go anywhere around the monolith, you don't get any clues about the monolith. So if you're not exactly in a spot, you get no clue about what's around it. That broke much of my strategy in the early parts of the game. In the early parts of the game, I'm like, well, we'll go here. And even if it's not here, at least if it's near here, it'll say we see a path there, whatever. That was the same with this path. Well, if it's monolith's not here, at least if it's next door, it'll tell us. No clues about what's next door. So nothing more in the D's. E's, I don't see anything. There's a little bit of a memory, R9. I think we saw that. Otherwise, I don't see anything all that interesting. E's, I'm just looking for things pointing to other places. F is trees providing protection. Not much else. G, we found the plane. The trees provide protection and the insects from the canopy, similar. That was the runway. Remember we got the metal bar from the airplane? No use. It had no purpose. It didn't get mentioned again. I guess it was just a thing to maybe throw you off a trail, or... I did like the scary, paranoid environment of the cannibals and the two tribes fighting each other. That was weird, though, that wasn't part of the puzzle. I really thought that there was some logic we were going to have to figure out about why one tribe was good, one tribe was bad, one tribe was friendly to us, one tribe weren't. That was going to be an important part. Didn't seem to be an important part. It just seemed to be two tribes on the island. I guess they were all worshiping this creature in different ways. That was weird. Who killed them all? Was it us? Did the tribes kill each other? I-14 looks like, I don't know, I-14 is nearby. Upon closer inspection, they're your own footprints. You follow them for a while. Okay, so if we go to I-14, which was a little bit near the cave, we see our footprints in the ground, suggesting that we've been there recently. Nothing else really. Maybe if we follow that, maybe we'll find a path from the cave, since it said we were in the cave once before. I see lots of duplicated entries. Trees provide partial protection. Most of the entries in this book say the trees provide partial protection. There's some pictures we didn't see because we. So here's a design confusion. In Sherlock Holmes, well, I don't want to speak for all the Sherlock Holmes cases, but here there's an occasional picture, right? Here's a picture. Here's a picture. These are cool pictures, but we don't dare look at them because I don't know if it's for this clue, for this clue, for this clue. Like, am I supposed to be looking at this? Do I look at this as soon as I see any clue on this page? How do I know when I'm allowed to see this? We didn't seem to read the thing that corresponds to this, but I'm a little afraid to read this, to look at this picture, because I feel like it might be a clue to something. But maybe you have to assume that anytime there's a picture on any page, do you get to look at it as long as you do any of these leads? Is that the idea? Or do you get to look at it even if you're just flipping by? Don't know. No explanation for why we lost our memory. That was weird. I thought I figured it out that we were shot with arrows. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. As we get down to the south end of the map here, it looks like these are just saying an unrelenting rain has increased the river level and flow. You can't cross it. So these all look like they're basically the same, telling you can't go this far. And so here's another picture that we didn't see because we didn't go to the south end of the map. Here are all of our memories. There might be some memories here we missed. We never saw this memory. We see a shelter, ghouls, no savages. I can't help but watch them. I have to look away. The victim, this face, their shapes. I recognize the young girl. Okay, so here's the memory, R6, of the girl. I recognize the young girl. She was on the dock when I arrived. She had a name. I've forgotten it. The men laugh as they devour her and sometimes throw a piece at the women and children. These are the cannibals who use their fists to fight over their share. Oh, my love, how many more trials must I endure before I find you? Bypass this cursed place. The stone is so close. Don't get caught. I still crawl for an eternity to avoid this horrible feast. There's the one where we heard the newborn baby. I must save it. You will be so proud, strengthened by the temerity you have. I don't understand the part where we save the baby. Does anyone get that? I don't understand that part. First, the sacrifice has to happen before we recover, before we revive her. Then why are we saving a baby? There are the people straightening the stone. There was that whole thing we thought was part of an important... We thought this was a key puzzle. When we came across this weird thing where we were like, we drew in the sand that we wanted to go here, and the elder was like, no, you go over here to the east. Like, we thought that was a key piece of the puzzle that we were going to try to solve, and it really didn't seem like it had anything to do with anything. We wanted to go to the west, and he was telling us to go east. We tried to go find all the east places. We couldn't find them. But presumably, this was here. Presumably, he meant this place. So we were here when he was talking about going east. Presumably, he meant here. This place that's just northeast, not down. We thought, okay, east. It's got to be all the way down here. nothing there. The volcanic ash, that turned out to be nothing. So there you have it. No way to get more leads. Weird. Very weird case. Anna says, this was the last case. I think it's meant to be a big twist. We are not the good guys this time. And also the ending ends the world and cases too. I'm not sure it ends the world. It certainly, but yeah, maybe it does. It certainly brings forth an old one on this island. Yeah, I do think, I don't know, if you expected it to be sort of a ending, epic, final, biggest twist, most epic experience, sort of the way we played our 3 LA postmortem cases, you didn't get that. You got sort of the weakest, shortest case. But I'm not sure why one has to expect that the final case wraps up with a bang. You know, case 4 was the best experience for us, so it ramped right up to case 4, and then it went off like, well, let's throw in an extra case. Any final thoughts from the channel? Jonathan said, fine. I enjoy the feeling of being lost in the woods, like in Blair Witch. Little unclear how much of this feeling of being lost one is meant to experience in the optimal scenario of playing the case. I do think that I really think there's no way for there to be real logic in solving this case. You have no idea what your goal is. You have no idea what information you're looking for. You have no idea how to base your final answer. And clues don't lead you places. So you're basically just roaming around randomly, trying to piece together the story. Eventually, when you see enough, you probably guess right. But then the whole introductory explanation of you can go to places that aren't on the map encourages you to hunt around. So very weird. The idea that you could solve it in 12 is bizarre. All right, but I'm sort of repeating myself. Any other comments from the chat channel? When Gregory's watching this, he's no doubt going to be a little bit frustrated by this, but he's made clear this game is in the past. He's finished it. He's wrapped up. He doesn't take these things personally. And we've tried to give constructive feedback. And as much as we loved case 4, this case was a little bit of a miss for us. I still enjoyed the process, and I admire the experimentation. And so you can look for my spoiler-free review of the box next week. And I am going to be quite positive about this game. I admire the experimentation and the ambition, and some of the cases worked really well, and I like the tone and the world and all that. So overall, my impressions are very positive. And I still think this was a positive experience, just maybe needed some more iterations. I think that might be a better way to think of it. I really think that there's no reason this couldn't have worked as a very cool new mechanic and involved some mystery, but it needed to be reworked to have actual clues suggesting where to go, a fix to this time limit thing, and a fix to the rule of exploring places, etc. Jonathan says, another criticism, I feel that some of these very tiny parishes were highly packed with locations. I'm not sure how well this would work in an in-person group. Drunk Tiger says, might be a topic for another video, but which case format would you prefer for an entire new box? I mean, I think the fact that we all liked case 4, which was a cold case, document, mystery suspect game, we have not seen a campaign. We have not seen a crime dossier, document dump, mystery suspect, cold case game that's a campaign in multiple games. And that would be very ambitious and very cool. I would like to see a campaign box built around that. I do think there's something to be really said for exploring a map and filling it in, drawing it in as you go. There's a whole bunch these days of roll and writes that have to do with drawing maps, and there's something very primally satisfying about doing spatial location and mapping. We've got a whole structure of our brain, the hippocampus, that looks like it's focused on doing spatial mapping of this kind of stuff. So it's not surprising that we get some real pleasure out of building maps. And I think the idea of letting people build a map as they go is very attractive. The old text adventure games like Zork, a huge part, maybe even the primary satisfaction of those games, was you actually constructed a map while you played Zork. You said, okay, we start out in the house, and then if we go north, we get to the clearing. So when you're done playing those text adventures, you have built a big, beautiful map from scratch. And that's missing in these kinds of games, and I think it would be nice to bring them back. And it was a real missed opportunity that there was only one spatial puzzle in this entire game, and it was the final end solution. And early in the game, we went up to the peak of this mountain, and I thought we got a flavor for, oh, this is clever. Like maybe it makes sense that we would go to the top of the altitude, high altitude, so we get a better view. And I thought there was going to be more of that. Like, okay, go nearby a place, and that would tell you what's around it. And maybe you go nearby, if you hear something is by a fork in a river, then, okay, fork in a river. Let's look for all the forks in the river. Maybe it's here, maybe it's here. Okay, he's describing. It could be near where the giant cliff meets the this, okay? And then we look around. Where is the giant cliff that meets the sands? Like, there was opportunity to have clues that were spatial puzzles based on things, but they weren't used, and I don't know why. Anna's leaving. Thanks for coming by, Anna. Well, Dan C says, the mechanics fantastic idea. It's probably very difficult to create a coherent story. I mean, these are we're being critical of it, partly because we've lavished so much praise on some previous games in the box. But these are very, very hard games to make. And they're incredibly hard to play test, which makes life all the harder because you can't get good feedback or know how different groups are going to take it. So there's that. But I do think it's a shame that it didn't make more use of spatial puzzles, which is one of the unique aspects of this game. So a missed opportunity there. And I think that could have made this game uniquely fun. If, as we explored, we got more clues about where to look for certain things. Like, wouldn't it be cool if we got a couple clues early on, and then we were lost, and the game didn't allow us to randomly go anywhere? Then we'd have to say, where... We just read something about a beach and a cliff. Let's figure out where that is and then go there. And then we figure that, there's the one place it could be. And then from there, we get a clue about he was high up on the ridge of the cliff and he could see a tiny island in the middle in the west. And then we look and we find the tiny island and we go there. Like, that would have been a fun mechanic of hunting to unlock places based on descriptions. Instead, we really weren't rewarded. We were sort of punished for trying to figure out spatial situations. Any other thoughts? Jonathan, Drunk Tiger, Dan. It was nice having Dan C join us. It's fun having another member of the detective squad. It definitely helps. any other final ideas before we sign off? I'll have to figure out the best way to frame a review of this box. It's not going to be easy. I feel more conflicted than most games. Drunk Tiger says, I don't think any of these cases benefited from limiting your time. I do think it was a miss in this case. It's hard for me to say that because it is a bit of a conundrum, and in all of these cases, it definitely does make you agonize over where to go in a way that if you didn't have a time limit, you wouldn't care. So I think it wouldn't, I think I'm okay with the idea that it tells you how many leads you go before you have to guess. I would be more comfortable with the rule just saying every 10 leads, try to make a guess if you're ready, and then when you're ready, go to the end. But I definitely sympathize with saying that it's not adding anything. I'm okay with, I think maybe the general rule should be, this is for cases 1, 2, and 5. The general rule should have been every X leads, make your guess, but don't read the solution until you're totally finished and ready to end it. And then see how many cycles it took you to get the right answer. I think people are going to complain about this case. Especially the people who try to end it after 12 leads. I don't see how anyone gets it after 12. Although, as I said, I think at least there's no harm in trying to guess an answer because you're not going to guess the middle of the jungle unless you know what it is. So in that sense, there's no harm in guessing early and replaying. How do you guys feel about the not having instructions on how to answer picking your final location? Jonathan basically is saying, look, we weren't on the wavelength of the designer for this case, and so we didn't get on the wavelength, so it just didn't click, it didn't work for us. I think that's fair. I'm curious though about the end. I think it's sort of part and parcel of the whole picture that the game doesn't tell you on what basis to choose an end thing. It doesn't tell you that you're trying to pick the end of the world thing or stop the end of the world. So I'm sort of okay with that, but it was a miss. It was just one bridge too far for me, that it wasn't clear whether our guy had recovered from his madness after we woke up. So it would have been more, I think from a story logistics point, here's another attempt at constructive criticism. From a storytelling standpoint, the idea that at the end we have unleashed one of the old ones is cool. I have no problem with that. I think that's a fun way to end the case. But it would probably be more interesting if we thought we were trying to save the world and we ended up freeing one of the old ones. We sort of got so confused that in trying to save the world, we brought about the end of the world. I think that would have been more satisfying. It was weird that we seem to have woken up not being in love with this goddess anymore. And yet when we read the ending, it's telling us from our perspective we were happy to set it free. I think this is a general flaw. This is a good way to say it. Let me turn off this. I'll come back to the chat for a second. We've pointed this out in a bunch of these kinds of games we've read. Any time, as the author of the case, you write a paragraph from the point of view of the player that tells them that they have an emotion or a conclusion that they might not have, that's a problem. That's a mistake. So you shouldn't have a paragraph that said, the way we did in the last case, you figured out this. Because maybe the player didn't figure that out. And in the same way, at the ending of this case, it said, yes, you did what you wanted. You freed her. We didn't know that that's what we wanted. We knew that the past version of us, before we got stranded on the island, wanted that. But I think that's important. When you're writing these paragraphs and these endings, you cannot prescribe what the player is going to feel and know when they read that. And it didn't need to do it that way. It could have simply said, we walked into the thing, we got compelled by the thing to rub its hands, and all of a sudden we lost control. Or it could say we tried to do this in order to save the world or save the girl, whatever. I just think that was a mistake, not having us play the game with it not being clear whether we were still possessed by this drive. And then at the end, it seemed like all along we were possessed by the drive. Either tell us in the beginning that's how we're playing this game to fulfill our mad desire, or leave it up to the end and have it ambiguous for us. Dancy says, I don't like my other game I've played like this is Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, where you kind of know when you've hit the solution, you know what your goals are. So Dancy is new to this Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective game. Well, it's a different kind of game. And we should be happy that there are different kinds of games. So I'm not mad at this for not being a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective game. I just think there are a couple of missed opportunities here. Jonathan says, I would have preferred a more objective point of view for the final summary of the story. Could still have an epilogue from our unreliable narrator point of view. Yeah, I think that's right. I think I would have liked the idea of us. So here's a movie recommendation, The Ninth Gate, with Johnny Depp, who's in the news lately. The Ninth Gate is a great movie, and it's set in this sort of Cthulhu supernatural world and stuff. I don't want to give any spoilers here, but I do think, like, you can have someone bring about the end of the world, but if they're the player and they're driven mad, you kind of have to have them stumble onto that. And this was just weird. It wasn't clear what our motivations were while we were playing. Drunk Tiger says, apart from case 4, I feel like we're searching for a passage to read in the solution book without knowing what it will be about. Yeah, I do think we've talked about this with the other cases. It feels like there should be a section you read that the introduction should frame it better, what it wants of you. And then there should be an explanation at the end that frames it, like, pick the location to end the threat. Or in this case, but you kind of feel like that wasn't what Gregory was going for. He was sort of trying purposely to be ambiguous. And you could see if the theme is that we're driven a little bit mad in this world, that the game is purposely putting us in this precarious position where we don't know why we're doing what we're doing. It's just weird to give players a choice, but not tell them what you expect of them. All right, I think we should wrap it up. Final comments by anyone, and then I got to go take a break for a couple of days and then figure out how to review this case without giving any spoilers away. It has been fascinating to see all these different things. Jonathan says, settings expectation. I thought a story titled Gunboat and being about filling out a map would have had been more of an active adventure. Ironically, we are dealing with the aftermath of an adventure to some extent. I'll say something else that was quite different, that was weird. if you see all the other cases we've played, all 4 of the previous cases and everything else, it's almost entirely focused on talking to people. In Sherlock Holmes, you go to a place and you talk to a person. It wouldn't have to be that way. There could be places you could make Sherlock Holmes cases where most of what you do is go to a place and look around and investigate. But almost all of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective is about the characters you run into. You go to a place and you talk to the person there. Even when you're looking at records, you're talking to a person who gives you the records. And it's always this flavor of talking to someone and different characters speaking in different voices. This was a very weird case where we talked to maybe one person once. That was odd. That was a very dramatic shift in feel. And as Jonathan pointed out, it's not just that we didn't talk to anyone, but we were going back to places. That was a little weird. And I didn't like how we had actually found the cave and done the ritual, and we were somehow supposed to have believed that we knew why it didn't work. That doesn't really make sense to me. Our person went into the cave. It's a very cool visual scene of the blood getting cut on the hands of the statue. Very cool. I wonder if that's an H.P. Lovecraft actual thing. But can you explain to me why he went into the cave, thought that that was going to work, it didn't work, and then the explanation tells us he immediately knew it needed a child sacrifice by the people who have been sacrificing people all along? That didn't make sense to me. How does he know it needs a child sacrifice? If he knew it needed a child sacrifice, wouldn't he do that before he went into the cave the first time? Why did he lose his memories? Weird. Drunk Tiger says, I was less creeped out by this one because we weren't witnessing the horror. We were the horror. Didn't have the same vibe as the other cases. Yeah, that's interesting. Well, you know, in credit to Gregory Pravat, every case felt very different. So what we've pointed out during the end portion of this, that mechanically it was completely different. But as we're now discussing here, it wasn't just mechanically different, but it was tonally completely different. It was completely different in terms of the nature of the ending and what we were asked to do. And it was completely different in terms of sort of the unreliable narrator. It was completely different in terms of going back, having memories, not talking to anyone in this case. Completely different. It's almost as if this is kind of like when a kid gets homework and when you were a kid and you do like homework, you do this whole complicated thing, and the teacher's like, oh, you could have just said, I couldn't figure it out. Or like you were just supposed to do the paragraph answer and you did the 5-page answer because you had a more sophisticated reading of the assignment. It's almost like Gregory Pravat took the assignment to make every case different and use different mechanics. And it's kind of like, wow, you went way beyond the brief and did something which was a lot more work and a lot more ambitious than you needed to do. Which you gotta love. I mean, you gotta love the experience of getting 5 completely different cases, or at least 4 completely different experiences. All right, well, I guess we'll wrap it up here. It's been a pleasure with playing all of you in the channel. It's made a big difference. It helped. It helped us win this case, and it has made it more enjoyable. If you want to help us pick what to play next, we're sort of wide open at this point. Do we play more Baker Street Irregulars? Do we play Razorhurst? Do we play another crime dossier book? It's wide open. We can do what we want to do, but whatever the channel wants to do, we'll do. And I'll remind you again, I'm going to be at Gen Con in August in Indianapolis. If anyone is going there and wants to meet up and play one of these games or just talk, whatever, I'm up for it. and look for my spoiler-free review somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, of this box. And thank you to Gregory Pravat. I'm sorry we've been so hard on him for this game. Serves him right for not being here in the channel. But I hope we focused on why we disagree with some design choices. Maybe that's useful for future work. So Dan, Anna Marie, Drunk Tiger, Jonathan Warner, it's a pleasure again playing with you guys, and I'll see you next time.